Chapter 8:12. Why don't you kneel? I really don't understand why the monarch wants to bring these useless people to the battlefield. Do we lack king and emperor fighters in the divine kingdom of the East? We need at least grandmaster fighters to be of some use in this war, right? The monarch feels sorry for the geniuses of the divine kingdom of the East. Many emperor and king fighters have died recently. Although their cultivation is not as good as ours, it's hard to guarantee that they can become Zune fighters in the future. 2 grandmasters each rode a rank 6 demonic beast dragon scale horse, and walked in front of the team. Hundreds of people followed behind them. Among them, more than a dozen were emperor fighters and the rest were king fighters. Can you guys speed up a little? How long will it take to reach the divine kingdom of the East? The dragon scale horse stopped. A grandmaster turned around and looked at old Master Ning and the others impatiently. If it's up to me, we should just fly over there. Another Dozong muttered. That won't do. It's easy to attract the demonic beast's attention. If we don't bring enough people back, we'll be punished by our superiors. The grandmaster shook his head impatiently and said, Seniors, we've done our best. Look, we're riding ordinary wind-chasing horses, while you're riding dragon scale horses. Old Master Ning laughed dryly and said. Huang Fu Zhengshao and Chao Dinglong were silent at the side. This time, the Qin Tang Empire received the recruitment letter, which was personally selected by the 2 messengers of the Divine Kingdom of the East, named Tang San and Tang Wu. Almost all the masters of the first-class families in the capital city were taken as able-bodied men. Apart from them, 80% of the king fighters of the Qin Tang Empire had been forcibly recruited. If an expert appeared at this moment and wiped out this team, the Qin Tang Empire would fall apart in an instant because all the backbone forces were in this team. You're Ning Xianwang, right? I told you to go faster, so you should go faster. What? Do you want us to let you ride our dragon scale horses? Haha, you're in a remote place. You're over 100 years old, but you're only a 6-star emperor fighter. You won't have a chance to break through to grandmaster fighter in this lifetime. Tang Wu sneered. Huang Fu Zhengshao and Nangong Batian looked at the Ning family patriarch with some schadenfreude. Without the divine dragon marquis, the Ning family patriarch had lost his backer and was scolded by a Dozong. This old man misspoke. An imperceptible cold light flashed in old Master Ning's eyes, but he smiled apologetically and cupped his hands. All right, let's cut the crap and speed up. We're less than 8,000 miles away from the divine kingdom of the East. We should be able to reach there in 5 days. Tang San indifferently said. Everyone hurried on for another few hundred li. During this time, they met a few more teams along the way and gathered together. Mu Xingqian, the master of the Qinglan sect? Red Sun City's Li Feihua? Bai Caozi of the 100 Herbs sect is also here. Huang Fu Zhengshao and the others revealed a trace of surprise in their eyes. Mu Xingqian and Bai Caozi didn't look good. Li Feihua glanced at the team of the Qin Tang Empire coldly and was slightly stunned when he saw old Ning. Tang San, Tang Wu, you guys went to the Qin Tang Empire and couldn't even find a fighting master? The messengers of the other teams glanced at old Ning and the others mockingly and said to Tang San and Tang Wu with a smile. Tang Wu snorted coldly. There was a marquis dragon slayer in the Qin Tang Empire. I heard he was a fighting master, but he wasn't in the Qin Tang Empire. Well, these people can only be cannon fodder if they go there. It doesn't matter. They chatted openly in front of everyone, not caring about the feelings of those who were being forcibly recruited. The team continued to move forward. After about 1,000 miles, they suddenly stopped. A middle-aged man appeared in front of them, looking at them with a faint smile. Who are you? Tang San looked at the middle-aged man with vigilance. Lin Wei of the Han sect. The middle-aged man smiled. The Han sect? The thieves of the dry bones forbidden land. The messenger's expressions changed dramatically. The divine kingdom of the East had captured many captives during the battle. They had a good understanding of the Daluo dynasty from them. They had heard of the Han sect, which was a sect in the capital. The surname of the Han sect's master seems to be Lin? Tang San's expression turned ugly. Lin Wei glanced at Tang San and the others with a faint smile. Then, he looked at the team behind them and said, "You extraterrestrial demons didn't expect this day to come, right? It's a pity that your talents are ordinary. Even if I kill you, I won't get many military merit. I can't even get a few god-refining stones. But," he changed his tone, "no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat." A terrifying aura was suddenly emitted from Lin Wei's body. Everyone only saw a blur in front of Lin Wei, and a spirit appeared. It was a huge black bear that was 18 feet tall. Its cold blood-red eyes stared at everyone coldly. Everyone, including Tang San and the others, felt a chill in their hearts. Do Zun. It's over. We met with the Do Zun attack of the Dry Bones Forbidden Land. I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape today. Tang Wu's face turned extremely pale. The dragon-scaled horse under him snorted uneasily. If it wasn't for Tang Wu, it would have already turned around and fled. The black bear's spirit let out a loud roar. With a slap of its palm, a black light flashed and over 100 people from the troop of over 1,000 people were killed by this slap. Run! Everyone finally let out a scream of fear and fled in all directions. Hee, where do you think you're going? Lin Wei sneered. Within a radius of a few miles, a wall of light suddenly rose up, directly blocking everyone's path of retreat. Some unlucky fellows directly collided with the wall of light and were immediately bombarded into minced meat by a huge force. This time, no one dared to act rashly. Lin Wei smiled and flew into the air like a cat playing with a mouse. He looked down at the crowd from above. "Say, Senior, I am willing to submit to the Cold Mountain sect." Suddenly, Tang Wu flipped over and got off his horse. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Wei respectfully. When the rest of the envoys saw this, they immediately followed suit. Only Tang San was still sitting on the dragon-scaled horse. His face was pale and there was an additional trace of hesitation in his eyes. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. It's better to live than to die a good death, Huang Fu Zhengxiao suddenly muttered to himself and also knelt down. When Nangong Batian saw this, he followed suit. "This, we will kneel as well." Mu Xingchen smiled bitterly and knelt down. Bai Caozi's face was very ugly. He did not want his years of cultivation to be destroyed in a day. He lowered his head and knelt down. At least 90% of the thousands of people knelt in front of Lin Wei, only begging for their lives. Ha ha ha! Dong Xian is just SOSO. Lin Wei laughed mockingly. His gaze suddenly focused on old Master Ning, Li Feihua and the others who had their backs straight. Chapter 8:13. Crushed to death with one foot, this old man has lived for more than 100 years. I've lived long enough. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. Old Master Ning chuckled. Tang San revealed a hint of surprise on his face. He did not realize that Ning Xianhuang was so stubborn along the way. "What about you?" Lin Wei smiled and looked at Li Feihua. "I don't want to kneel," Li Feihua said indifferently. "Haha, great. Looks like Dongxian isn't full of idiots." Lin Wei laughed. When Tang Wu and the others heard this, they lowered their heads even more, their faces filled with humiliation. But compared to their lives, what was dignity? "Then I'll kill the two of you first. As for the others, if I like them, they can follow me back to the Han school." Lin Wei chuckled and was about to attack. "Sect leader Lin, to think that we would meet here today," a faint voice came from afar. "Who?" Lin Wei turned his head coldly. When everyone heard this voice, they couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards the source of the voice. Only Elder Ning and the others revealed expressions of surprise. Because they were very familiar with this voice. It was the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Huang Fu Zhengxiao, Nangong Batian, and the others revealed shocked expressions. They did not expect to meet the Dragon Slayer Marquis here. However, would he be a match for a Dozun? Not far away, Ning Qi walked in the air step by step. Every step he took was like teleportation. He moved forward hundreds of feet and appeared in front of Lin Wei in an instant. "It's you." When Lin Wei saw this familiar face, his face revealed a trace of horror. "It's me." Ning Qi smiled. "He's already this strong?" Li Feihua stared at Ning Qi with a slightly dazed expression. Ever since the Red Sun Empire was defeated, it had been a long time since she saw Ning Qi. She could only occasionally hear some information about him from other people. For example, when Ning Qi became the first on the dragon rank, Li Feihua had already heard about it. Mu Xingqian and Bai Caozi were just as shocked as Li Feihua. Both of them had complicated expressions on their faces. Both of them had fought with Ning Qi before. Who is that? Is he also a Dozun from the Dry Bones Forbidden Land? No. It was the Dragon Slayer Marquis. He is the Dragon Slayer Marquis of our Qin Tang Empire. The Dragon Slayer Marquis of your Qin Tang Empire? Many people were disappointed. How strong could a marquis be in a small country like the Qin Tang Empire? Ning Beixian, how dare you show up here? Don't you know that Sovereign Tongxian has already given the order to suppress you? Lin Wei said fiercely. But his trembling hands betrayed his state of mind. When Zhongli Huatian was suppressed, there were many spectators. Everyone in the Great Net Dynasty knew that he was suppressed by an otherworldly demon called Ning Beixian. When Lin Wei first heard the news, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Then, he felt a lingering fear. Now that he saw Ning Qi again, he naturally knew that with his cultivation, he was definitely no match for Ning Qi. He could only use the name of Sovereign Tongxian to see if he could scare Ning Qi away. How regretful! Why did I come here? Lin Wei was filled with regret. He's the Ning Beixian that Sovereign Tongxian wants to suppress? Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qin Tang Empire? Tang San and the others were shocked, then pleasantly surprised. If it was really Ning Beixian, they might be saved this time. Ning Qi smiled and ignored Lin Wei. He nodded at Li Feihua, then looked at Old Ning and said, "Old Ning, I'm sorry that I came here to scare you. It's all right. My old bones can still take a beating." Old Ning laughed heartily. He knew Ning Qi the best. Since he could talk and laugh in front of Lin Wei, it meant that he was confident. "Old Ning, he's an elder of your family?" Lin Wei was shocked. He had randomly intercepted a group of people, and one of them was actually an elder of this perverted family? And he just wanted to kill this old man. "I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to solve today." Tang San and Tang Wu were the most shocked. Ning Beixian, who was personally captured by Sovereign Tongxian, was from a small country like the Qin Tang Empire? And I even shouted at Ning Beixian's family elder along the way? The two of them felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they only shouted at him and did not humiliate him. "Then let's go." Ning Qi smiled. "Go? How? Aren't we still blocked by the Venerable Do from the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground?" Everyone had a confused look on their faces. Lin Wei was also confused. Suddenly, he thought, is Ning Beixian going to let me go for the sake of our friendship? But the next moment, Lin Wei was horrified to see a 3,000 feet tall divine soul appear in front of Ning Qi. Its upper body was almost touching the clouds. His black bear divine soul was like an ant in front of it. Hiss! Everyone gasped in unison. They could not help but tremble as they stared at the colossal body of the Titan divine soul. The Titan divine soul casually lifted its foot and stomped towards Lin Wei. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Everyone staggered as if there was an earthquake. The place where Lin Wei was just a moment ago was filled with dust. When the Titan divine soul retracted its incomparably huge foot, everyone could no longer see Lin Wei. Did it just stomp on him and his soul? Tang San swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is so terrifying, Nangong Batian murmured to himself with a pale face. Huang Fu Zhengshao had already closed his eyes and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Are you sent by the monarch of the Eastland? Ning Qi put away the Titan Divine Soul and looked at Tang San and the others with a frown. Sir Beixian, we are indeed the messengers sent by the monarch. Tang San and the others replied respectfully. Seeing the unruly grandmasters being as obedient as children in front of Ning Qi, all the fighters of the Qin Tang Empire couldn't help but feel shocked and proud. Well, I want to take some people with me. Do you have any objections? Ning Qi said calmly. No, please go ahead, Sir Beixian. Tang San and the others didn't dare to object. Old Master, Fei Hua, let's go. Ning Qi smiled and shouted at the two of them. Dragon Slayer Marquis, we are willing to leave with you. Suddenly, a king of fighters of the Qin Tang Empire called out boldly. Ning Qi glanced at him and revealed a strange expression. He quickly stepped forward and said, Big brother, you are here too. I didn't see you just now. Please don't blame me. What? Big brother? Everyone was shocked and looked at the king of fighters of the Qin Tang Empire. They were none other than Duanmu Henian, the dragon of northern Qin, and Di Qing, whom Ning Qi had sworn brotherhood with when he was a Dodosher. Ning Qi hadn't seen them for several years. The one who just spoke was Duanmu Henian. He was an elder of the 100 Herb Hall and a subordinate of Lu Lu. Duanmu Henian was at a loss when Ning Qi called him Big Brother. He said, I can't. Chapter 8:14. News of Dongfang Haojie the Northern Qin Dragon and Di Qing's eyes were filled with excitement. They didn't expect Ning Qi to still remember them. A trace of guilt flashed through Ning Qi's heart. Without saying anything further, he waved his hand, and his divine soul enveloped the five of them. Then, he directly tore through the sky and left. I didn't expect the Dragon Slayer Marquis to still remember Duanmu Henian and the others. If we had befriended the Dragon Slayer Marquis a few years ago, perhaps we would have another fortuitous encounter today, a Do Wang sighed with a face full of envy. The faces of Huang Fu Zhengshao, Nangong Batian, and the others who had enmity with Ning Qi immediately turned livid. The reason why Ning Qi didn't kill them was probably because they weren't even comparable to ants in his eyes, and he couldn't be bothered to step on them. Along the way, Duanmu Henian and the others saw that Ning Qi's attitude was the same as before and immediately let go of their fears. They shared their experiences over the past few years with Ning Qi. From Duanmu Henian, Ning Qi learned that ever since Lu Lu's 100 Herb Hall had separated from the 100 Herb sect, it had blossomed everywhere. She and her father, Lu Wuchang, had long since left the Qin Tang Empire to reside in a rather large market. The center of their business had also shifted there. The situation in the Eastland is still unstable. You heard it just now. A Do Emperor named me and wanted to catch me. When I get there, I may not be able to take care of you. Brothers, if you want to go back to the Qin Tang Empire, I will send you back now. Ning Qi hesitated for a moment and said, Fourth brother, it is rare for us to come out. I would like to experience this great battle of the ages. Perhaps we might be able to find the opportunity to break through to the Do Huang class. Duanmu Henian said after some thought. The Northern Qin Dragon and Di Qing also nodded their heads. There is no need to be in the Eastern Land Divine Kingdom to search for the opportunity to break through to the Do Huang level. Ning Qi smiled faintly and directly bought 4 War God Temple Outer Disciple tokens, giving one to each person. What is this? Li Feihua asked in confusion. This is your opportunity. Once you refine the command medallion, you will be a disciple of my War God Shrine. Instead of going to the Divine Kingdom of the East, why don't you go to the Ling Wu continent? Don't ask too much, you will naturally know when you get there. Ning Qi chuckled. Seeing that he was so profound, the 4 of them were slightly surprised, and without a word they directly refined it. Is this the key to a forbidden area? Li Feihua was the first to finish refining it. His face revealed a hint of surprise. You can say that. Ning Qi nodded. Old master, why didn't you go to the war god temple to lie low? If I had come late, you would have been killed by Lin Wei. Ning Qi looked at old master Ning with some doubts. The emissary has already called my name. If I disappear for no reason, won't I implicate the emperor? Old master Ning smiled bitterly. Oh, Ning Qi knew that the mansion of Marquis Champion had been loyal to the Qin Tang Empire for countless generations. Their loyalty to the emperor could not be changed in a short time. Big brothers, you've all finished refining and know how to use the token, right? Go, the opportunities in the Ling Wu continent are much more abundant than in the divine nations of the East. I already have many disciples there. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask them. Ning Qi smiled at Duanmu Henian and the other two. It can be used once every half a year to travel back and forth between two places at will. The three of them looked ecstatic, and suddenly cupped their hands toward Ning Qi. Thank you, fourth brother. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared. Old master, it's rare for you to come out. Just treat it as a stroll and go have some fun. Third master Ning and the others are also there. Ning Qi smiled. Then you be careful. If old master Ning was not worried about the mansion of Marquis Champion, he would not have delayed it until now. In fact, he had long wanted to go to the Ling Wu continent to take a look. In the next moment, his figure also disappeared on the spot. Although you were only willing to be used by me because of Brother Dongfang's reputation, I also know that you did not cause any trouble in the Red Sun City. This is an opportunity I'm giving you. I hope that the next time I see you, you will have already broken through to the Dozun realm. Ning Qi looked at Li Feihua and smiled. Li Feihua knew how to absorb low-grade spiritual god stones for her own use, so she definitely had her own methods. Going to the Ling Wu continent was like a dragon entering the sea. Thank you. Li Feihua smiled and nodded. Her figure immediately disappeared. Unknowingly, almost all of Ning Qi's forces had been transferred to the Ling Wu continent's war god temple. When he had time, he would make a trip to Red Sun City and send Tong Inkong and the rest over as well. Then, he would have nothing to worry about in Dongxian. There would not be a repeat of Tuoba Fengzhong's attack. The divine nation of the East. Sacrificial God Hall. Not long after Ning Qi arrived, Dongfang Yulua came to find him. You are Brother Dongfang's cousin? Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Yulua with a faint smile. Yes. Dongfang Yulua nodded. She wanted to say something but stopped. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Dongfang Haojie seemed to have returned to the Nine Suns Tower in the family's forbidden ground for a while. Why was there no movement? A bad premonition rose in Ning Qi's heart. Did something happen to Dongfang Haojie? Ning Qi said coldly. His cultivation was crippled, and he was imprisoned in the Nine Suns Tower. Dongfang Yulua said in a low voice. Crippled? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. His hair moved without any wind. An extremely violent aura swept out from his body. Although it was not targeted at Dongfang Yulua, it still forced her to take dozens of steps back. What happened? Why was Brother Dongfang crippled and imprisoned in the Nine Suns Tower? Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Yulua coldly. If I didn't ask him to go back to the Forbidden Ground to participate in the test, this wouldn't have happened. A hint of guilt appeared on Dongfang Yulua's face. When she saw Ning Qi staring at her coldly, she quickly told him what happened. When Dongfang Haojie went back with her to participate in the test, a few elders didn't agree. They said that he was a eunuch in the Nine Provinces Empire and couldn't be considered a member of the Dongfang family. Later, Dongfang Yulua begged a Do Xing ancestor of the family to make an exception and let Dongfang Haojie enter the Nine Suns Tower. Inside was a continent fragment similar to the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground. Other than Dongfang Haojie and a group of Do Zong-level geniuses, there were also a few exalted geniuses who entered the Nine Suns Tower for a certain purpose. It turned out that those exalted geniuses wanted to obtain an ancient demon race bloodline in the Nine Suns Tower. They had been preparing for this moment for many years, but an accident happened at the last moment. The bloodline was taken by Dongfang Haojie, who used it to break through from the Dozong realm to a one-star Dozun. Originally, even if such a thing happened, Dongfang Haojie would still be part of the Dongfang family's bloodline. Not only would he not be punished, but he would also be heavily nurtured. However, Dongfang Yulua and Dongfang Haojie didn't expect that the moment those exalted geniuses returned to the Dongfang family, they asked Dongfang Luxian, one of the three great Dodi of the Dongfang family, to forcefully take away the demon race bloodline in Dongfang Haojie's body and transfer it to them. They also conveniently crippled Dongfang Haojie's cultivation and imprisoned him in the Nine Suns Tower as a warning to others. How long has it been? Ningqi said coldly. It's been half a year, Dongfang Yulua said in a low voice. Half a year, haha. Ningqi glanced at Dongfang Yulua coldly and disappeared. Divine Kingdom of the East. Imperial Palace. Senior Gene, I want 100 strengthened dragon-slaying bullets. On credit. Chapter 8:15. Long Hara Ningqi left Old Man Jin's place and called Dongfang Yulua over to the Dongfang clan. Due to the battle with the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, Old Man Jin had used up most of the enhanced dragon-slaying bullet. Ningqi didn't ask for 100, but 23. However, the bronze puppets had already been completely repaired. Other than the 10% that Old Man Jin had asked for and the 100-plus puppets that he had sold to the third prince, Ningqi currently had over 800 bronze puppets in his hands. Among them were 3 rank 8 puppets. The combined strength of these 3 puppets was comparable to a 1-star Doshing from the human race. Although they were powerful and useful, they needed a lot of inferior spiritual divine stones. Fortunately, Ningqi still had some inferior spiritual divine stones in his spatial bag, which were enough to activate the 3 rank 8 puppet. The enhanced dragon-slaying bullets aren't as powerful as my Titan Divine Spirit, but they're still useful as a trump card. Ningqi calculated in his mind as he flew. Ning, senior apprentice brother Ning, this time we just need to rescue cousin. Dongfang Yulua looked at Ningqi coldly. She was afraid that if they made a big deal out of this, none of them would be able to escape if a Doshing came to suppress them. Don't worry. I'll act according to the situation, Ningqi said. Dongfang Yulua didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling. Was it a mistake to ask Ningqi for help this time? Elder. That guy left the Divine Kingdom of the East with Dongfang Yulua and flew to the Dongfang clan. A Jade Pill sect disciple knelt in front of Huang Heng and said in a low voice, "All right." A cold smile appeared on Huang Heng's face. His body moved and disappeared on the spot. The Dongfang clan was located in the extreme west of Dongxian, in the Vermilion Bird Empire. It was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Divine Kingdom of the East. 1 month later. How far is it? Ningqi frowned. At this speed, we'll be there in about a month. Dongfang Yulua said. There's a market ahead. I'm going there to buy some elixirs. Ningqi suddenly saw a familiar place. The Moon Workshop. The last time he went to the Primordial Dragon Clan to challenge the Primordial Owl, he passed by this place and won first place in the Moon Cup. He became enemies with the Soaring Dragon trading firm and crippled Long Xuanyo's cultivation. Replenishing pills? Dongfang Yulua was slightly stunned. Seeing that Ningqi was already flying toward the Moon Workshop, she frowned and followed. The Bright Moon Workshop was just as lively as before. Many experts were willing to stay here to see if they could buy pills of good quality and cheap prices. On both sides of the street, there were hawkers shouting with all their might. When Ningqi passed by the Soaring Dragon trading firm, he found that its business was booming. It was not affected by the fact that Long Xuanyo's cultivation had been crippled by him. Ningqi walked directly into the Longting firm and came to the largest counter. He asked the shopkeeper inside, Do you have heaven stage rejuvenation elixirs? The rejuvenation pill is only a low-grade heaven-ranked pill. How many do you want? The shopkeeper was slightly startled. He glanced at Dongfang Yuluo and smiled at Ning Qi. 100. Ning Qi said lightly. This amount is a little big. Please wait a moment, young master. The shopkeeper nodded and turned to leave. Ning Qi and Dongfang Yuluo waited in front of the counter for a while. When the shopkeeper came back, he was followed by a scholarly middle-aged man. The shopkeeper pointed at Ning Qi and said to the scholarly middle-aged man, "It's him. Long Xuanyou's cultivation was crippled by him. I've seen him once before. I recognize him." What? Long Xuanyou's cultivation was crippled by him? Then isn't he the mysterious merchant who sold the dragon blood fruit and beauty-calming pill and won first place in the Bright Moon Cup? Oh yes. It's him. I remember now. Although the height is a little different, it's definitely him. Some of the customers in the Soaring Dragon trading firm looked at Ning Qi, and some of them said with certainty. Dongfang Yuluo's face showed a hint of vigilance. She looked at the guards who were gradually surrounding them with fear. The scholarly middle-aged man smiled and looked at Ning Qi. "You're the one who crippled my third brother's cultivation? And made him a cripple?" Ning Qi smiled and said, "Long Xuanyou is your third brother?" "Yes." The scholarly middle-aged man smiled and said, "I'm Long Howren. After you crippled my third brother, I became the shopkeeper of this place. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, it would have taken me another 30 or 40 years to sit in this position." Ning Qi smiled and said, "In that case, give me 100 heaven step inferior grade rejuvenation pills. I'll take it as a thank you gift." Long Howren smiled and shook his head. He looked at Ning Qi confidently and said, "That may be the case, but my third brother is still my third brother. The blood flowing in his body is the same as mine. Since I saw the culprit who turned him into a ghost today, I naturally have to avenge him. Your cultivation is a little lower than Long Xuanyou's. Even his cultivation was crippled by me. Why are you so confident that you can avenge him? Just by relying on the group of chickens and dogs around you?" Ning Qi put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. His eyes swept around, full of disdain and contempt. The group of guards of the Soaring Dragon trading firm suddenly showed shame and anger on their faces. Long Howren laughed and said, "As a businessman, why would I do it myself?" A hint of cunning flashed across his smiling face. "After my subordinates recognized you, I have already informed the owner of the Jingyue house. I believe the old man should be arriving soon." "The owner of the Jingyue house?" Ning Qi's eyes slightly darkened. "What? Are you afraid? To tell you the truth, the owner has become a saint half a year ago. With the old man's help, you can't escape today." Long Howren laughed. At the same time, the guests at the gate suddenly became restless. Then they separated to make a path, and an old man slowly walked in. "Owner!" Everyone saluted respectfully. "Owner, it's him who crippled the shopkeeper of the Soaring Dragon trading firm. This happened in the Jingyue house, so the owner should take action to suppress this man and hand him over to the Soaring Dragon trading firm." Long Howren hurriedly cupped his hands and said when he saw the old man, "Yes, I got it." The owner of the Jingyue house nodded faintly. After which, he looked at Ning Qi. The last time he saw Ning Qi, he was only a peak do huang. Therefore, he had no intention of checking Ning Qi's cultivation. He directly said, "Do you have anything to say about what shopkeeper Long said? They were greedy and wanted to snatch the Jingyue sculpture from me. What's wrong with me casually crippling it?" Ning Qi laughed faintly. "Then you admit that you crippled Long Xuanyou? That's enough." The owner of the Jingyue house seemed to have not heard the first half of Ning Qi's words. He directly reached out to grab Ning Qi. "A mere newly advanced Doshing. Instead of hiding to stabilize your cultivation, you dare to stand up for others. I have crippled 2 Doshings from the Tuoba clan. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Chapter 8:16. Shatter with a punch. The expression of the firm owner, who had already attacked, changed slightly when he heard these words. He withdrew his hand and sized up Ning-Chi. This observation caused him to be extremely shocked. He could not see through this person's cultivation? Long Howren's face immediately revealed an anxious expression. Why would this old fellow believe such nonsense? Although he felt some disdain in his heart, Long Howren did not show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Owner, you don't believe this person's words, do you?" "Just him? How can he be a match for a Do Xing?" The surrounding customers who were watching the show were also shocked. After hearing Long Howren's words, they immediately came to a sudden realization. All of them revealed mocking expressions as they looked at Ning-Chi. Cripple a Do Xing? To think that he dares to think of that. He is even a Do Xing from the Tuoba clan. Haha, as one of the 9 great clans, the Tuoba clan should only have a dozen Do Xings, right? If 2 of them were crippled, would this person still be able to stand here and talk cheerfully? Don't forget that the Tuoba clan has a nickname, Lunatics. I think that he has no other way out. That is why he came up with such a crooked move. Owner is a true Do Xing and will not be bewitched by him. The mocking words were transmitted into everyone's ears. The face of the firm owner reddened slightly. He laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. He was a 1-star Do Xing, yet he had been intimidated by a brat. If news of this were to spread, he would likely be laughed at by his old friends. The gaze he used to look at Ning-Chi gradually became icy cold when he thought of this. "Are you going to kneel yourself, or do you want me to help you?" "Elder, I am a disciple of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Yulu. Please let this matter go on account of the Dongfang clan. What do you say?" Dongfang Yulua inhaled a deep breath, stepped forward, and cupped her hands together. "Someone from the Dongfang clan?" Everyone revealed a trace of shock in their eyes. Long Howren frowned slightly. He scanned Dongfang Yulua from head to toe and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you'd better not intervene in this matter. You're only a dozong, and your status in the Dongfang clan isn't very high. Don't tell me that your clan's elders will start a war with the Soaring Dragon Trading Company because of you?" Dongfang Yulua's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Long Howren was indeed right. At the very most, she could get a Do Zun class elder to stand up for her. However, the background of the Soaring Dragon Trading Company was extremely powerful. A Do Zun would not be able to contend with them. Even a Do Xing might not be able to do so. But if Ning-Chi was suppressed here, she couldn't think of anyone to save Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Yulua suddenly fell into a dilemma. No one can save you today. She didn't care about Dongfang Yulua at all. She looked at Ning-Chi and said, "No one can save you today." "Really?" Ning-Chi smiled faintly. Just as he was about to condense the Titan Divine Soul to fight the other party, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came from the outside world. "Ning Beixian, get out here!" This loud roar seemed to explode in everyone's ears. Those who were below the Do Zone class all felt their faces turn pale. They felt dizzy and saw stars. "Do Xing?" The Jingyue Workshop's owner was slightly startled. She directly walked out of the hall and looked toward the sky. She said in a clear voice, "Which Do Xing is passing by my Jingyue Workshop? Please come down and have a chat." "There's a Do Xing here?" Huang Heng frowned slightly and directly landed on the ground. His gaze swept past the Jingyue Workshop's owner and directly looked at Ning-Chi. He laughed sinisterly. "Ning Beixian, I see you. Get out here." "Ning Beixian? Is he referring to that guy? This person is also a Do Xing. He was actually being chased by a Do Xing earlier?" Long Howren looked at Ning-Chi with some surprise. "Huang Heng, you old dog, you actually chased me all the way here? Why? Are you trying to kill me?" Ning-Chi coldly laughed and directly walked out of the Soaring Dragon trading firm. He looked directly at Huang Heng without fear. Dongfang Yulua was shocked. Huang Heng was a Do Xing elder of the Jade Pill sect. She had met him once at the God Offering Hall and also heard about the enmity between him and Ning Qi. However, she did not expect that Huang Heng would appear here today. Moreover, his target was Ning Qi. What did he want to do? Kill Ning Qi? Brother, is there enmity between you and this person? The Jingyue Workshop's owner cupped his hands together and asked Huang Heng. However, his expression was not very good because Huang Heng had previously ignored him. Huang Heng frowned and glanced at the Jingyue Workshop's owner. With his experienced eyes as a Doshing, he could tell at a glance that the Jingyue Workshop's owner's realm was not stable enough. He had just advanced to the Doshing class, therefore, he did not take it to heart. He impatiently nodded and said, "Yes, this person has enmity with me. I am going to kill him today. Do you have any objections?" "Of course not. I was originally planning to suppress him. Since brother has come, I will let you have him." The Jingyue Workshop's owner laughed dryly. After which, he gave everyone a look. The people nearby understood tacitly and made way one after another, creating a large empty space. "I will let you enjoy calling me an old dog. I hope that you will not cry and beg me for mercy later." Huang Heng's heart immediately sighed in relief after confirming that the Jingyue Workshop's owner was not with Ning Qi. After which, he coldly looked at Ning Qi. The fury in his eyes was about to become real. "Suppress." Without waiting for Ning Qi to react, Huang Heng let out a loud cry. An incomparably large palm suddenly agglomerated in the empty space and directly pressed down on Ning Qi. "Break!" Ning Qi coldly laughed. He emitted a low roar and a 3,000 feet Tai-Tan spirit agglomerated behind him. Like an enormous ancient beast, it threw a punch at the enormous palm. Bang! The enormous palm formed by a one-star Doshing, which could kill any peak Dozun, was shattered by a punch from the Tai-Tan spirit. How is this possible? Huang Heng's face revealed a shocked expression. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. They were shocked as they looked at the Tai-Tan spirit, which was like an ancient demon god. Just what the hell was this? It was actually able to receive an attack from a Doshing? At this moment, the person who was the most shocked was the Jingyue Workshop's owner. Being a one-star Doshing, he had an extremely direct understanding of the might of Huang Heng's palm. It would be difficult for him to receive it. This is a spirit? This brat's spirit is actually this terrifying. Just what is his background? Don't tell me he is the prodigy from the Withering Bones Forbidden Land that has recently caused an uproar? The Jingyue Workshop's owner involuntarily recalled what Ning Qi had said earlier. 2 Tuoba clan Doshings had been crippled by him. Perhaps this matter was true. My eyes are blurry. It is impossible for him to be this strong. Long Howren was both shocked and furious. After which, he mocked himself and shook his head. His eyes must be blurry. "Chief Manager, what should we do? It looks like this fellow cannot even suppress a Doshing. If he comes to settle the score with us later, it is likely that we will all be annihilated." A manager transmitted his voice to Long Howren, causing him to wake up from his self-deception. "Let's wait and see. There are 2 Doshings here. They should be able to suppress him." Chapter 8:17. Silence. What's happening over there? What the hell is that giant? Let's go and take a look. Everyone in the Bright Moon Workshop stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the Soaring Dragon trading firm with their mouths agape. They saw the scene of the Titan Divine Soul smashing the giant palm with a single blow, and it was a shocking sight. Subsequently, they hurried in the direction of the Soaring Dragon trading firm. "Cousin, it seems to be a Doshing battle? I heard that the owner of this place has just broken through to the Doshing rank. Could it be that his enemy has come? Let's go and take a look." Wenren Xiun and Wenren Chong Su happened to pass by the Jingyue Workshop and saw the Titan spirit. The 3-kilometer-tall Titan spirit not only shocked her but also made her curious. Cousin, if this battle affects us, Wenren Chong Su hesitated. Don't worry. I don't know how long we will have to wait to see such a huge battle again if we miss it today. Wenren Ziyun advised. Then let's go. Huang Heng's face revealed a dissatisfied expression as the number of onlookers increased. He wanted to finish off Ningqi as soon as possible. Otherwise, if news of this spread, he would not have such a good opportunity to kill him in the future. It's him. Wenren Chong Su's face revealed a shocked expression when he saw Ningqi. His figure has changed a little, but his expression and demeanor are definitely that fellow. Wenren Ziyun nodded with a serious expression. Subsequently, the two of them exchanged shocked glances. In their eyes, the 3,000 feet tall Titan spirit was a Do Xing class expert. As for Ningqi, he should only be the spark that ignited this matter. The two of them did not expect the Titan spirit to be Ningqi's spirit. Brother, do you need my help? The owner of the Jingwe workshop asked with a smile. Get lost. Huang Heng could not help but cry out angrily. After which, he continued to attack Ningqi. The owner of the Jingwe workshop was slightly stunned. Her eyes revealed a trace of anger. The other party had actually humiliated her. After all, she was a one-star Do Xing. Owner, let's not intervene first. Let's observe the situation first. I'm afraid that these two fellows are not easy to deal with. Long Howren immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands together. If not for him, I wouldn't have been humiliated for no reason today. The workshop owner could not help but cast a cold glance at Long Howren and snorted coldly. She then turned her head and stared at the battle between Huang Heng and Ningqi. So strong. He is actually strong enough to fight a one-star Do Xing to a draw? Dongfang Yulua looked at Ningqi in shock, her mouth slightly open. A year ago, when she first met Ningqi, he wasn't even a Do Zong. Wenren Chong Su and Wenren Ziyun felt that something was amiss. The latter involuntarily asked a person beside her, May I ask if that Do Xing is a human? Why is his physique so huge? Koku Do Xing? That's just a divine soul. What? Divine soul? Wenren Ziyun and the other man were shocked. Then, they shook their heads in disbelief. How can a soul be so huge? Haven't all of you heard that the Do Zuns in the Dry Bones Forbidden Land have such a huge spirit? However, this is the first time I've heard of a spirit as terrifying as a 3,000 feet spirit. I can die without regrets after witnessing this battle today. Divine Soul. This 300-meter-tall giant is actually his divine soul. The two fell into a state of shock. At this moment, Ningqi and Huang Heng had already fought their way out of the Moon Workshop. The nearby mountains and rivers were all affected by their battle. Each punch from the Titan's spirit could shatter a mountain. Each punch from Huang Heng could also cut off a river. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles had changed beyond recognition. The demonic beasts fled in all directions, hiding in the distance as they looked at Ningqi and Huang Heng with incomparable fear. The people of Jingwe Workshop were all flying in the air, watching the battle between the two with their mouths agape. If I were to face either one of them, I'm afraid. A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on the forehead of the Moon Workshop owner. Head shopkeeper, should we leave first? A manager of the Soaring Dragon Trading Company could not help but try to persuade Long Howren again. If he was crippled by Ningqi, this place would lose 2 managers in a row. As his subordinates, they would not have a good time either. This was especially so for the manager who had gone to inform after discovering Ningqi's identity. His small face was extremely pale, even whiter than his beard. This person was merely a 2-star Do Zun previously, but he is now a 3-star Do Zun. This is the first time I've seen such a fast cultivation speed. However, even a 3-star Do Zun should not be this strong. Just what kind of bloodline does he possess, and what is his background? It is impossible for the cloud-rising sect to nurture an existence that is even more abnormal than an ultimate prodigy. The more Huang Heng fought, the more shocked he became. His heart involuntarily let out a roar. Unfortunately, no one would answer his questions now. If he wanted to know the answer, he had to at least capture Ning Qi alive. "Eat my attack!" Huang Heng roared furiously. He waved his hand and threw a 1,000-foot-tall mountain at Ning Qi. Boom! The mountain was directly shattered by the Titan's spirit. The fist's speed did not decrease as it struck Huang Heng's body. Huang Heng flew backwards like a cannonball and smashed heavily into a mountain. "Suppress!" Ning Qi cried out with a cold expression. The Titan's spirit leaped up and flattened the mountain with a stomp. After dozens of stomps, the mountain was not only flattened, but a hole had also appeared. "Huang Heng, stop pretending to be dead. Get out here!" Ning Qi spoke in a faint voice. The hole instantly exploded after his words sounded. Huang Heng's figure broke through the air from within and stood in the empty space opposite Ning Qi. His entire body was covered in mud, and he looked extremely miserable. Huang Heng had never been in such a miserable state ever since he had become a saint. Even when he was still an elite Dozun, he had never been beaten to such a state. "Ning Beixian, it is unexpected that your strength has already soared to such an extent. I am no match for you today, but you are also unable to kill me. Are we going to let this matter go?" Huang Heng coldly looked at Ning Qi without any fear. "I am unable to kill you?" Ning Qi smiled. "Humph, although your fighting strength is already stronger than an ordinary 1-star Doxing, you are ultimately only a 3-star Dozun. You should be proud of being able to beat me into such a state. As for killing me, you are still not qualified." Huang Heng coldly laughed, after which he planned to leave. He had not been able to kill Ning Qi today, and had even caused trouble for himself. He planned to return to the Jade Pill sect and bitterly train. He would take revenge in the future. "Old dog, all of you have always wanted to know how I escaped from Yin Xiaoyan's hands." Ning Qi's voice sounded in Huang Heng's ears. His actions paused as his body gradually stiffened. He looked at Ning Qi with some fear. He had indeed been brooding over this matter. How exactly had Ning Qi escaped from Yin Xiaoyan's hands? Could it be that Ning Qi was going to reveal this trump card to him now? Huang Heng saw a large bell appear in front of Ning Qi. Behind the large bell, Ning Qi coldly laughed at him before punching the large bell. Buzz. Chapter 8:18. Zhiyang Palace. When Huang Heng saw the 9 gossamer bell, he had a bad feeling. He turned around, turned into a bolt of lightning, and sped off into the distance. However, he had only flown 100 feet when the sound of the 9 gossamer bells swept past him. He stood in the air in a daze, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. "What's going on?" The workshop owner was slightly startled. Her eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Huang Heng was a 1-star Doxing. Why had he suddenly become like this? Ning Qi sneered and put away the 9 divine bells. With a slight movement of his body, he appeared in front of Huang Heng. The Dragon Slayer saber appeared in his hand, and he swung it to cut off Huang Heng's head. After losing his head, even if Huang Heng became a martial sage, he would still die on the spot. His lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. After Ning Qi removed a universe ring from Huang Heng's hand, he turned around and returned to Jingyue Workshop. At this moment, everyone in the Moon Workshop was staring at Ning Qi, their bodies trembling. He killed a saint. A Doxing has died in this manner? How long has it been since an elite Doxing has died in Eastern Xian? It is unexpected that I have personally witnessed such a scene today. It is really too frightening. Ning Qi beckoned to Dongfang Yulua. Dongfang Yulua walked to Ning Qi's back with a shocked face. She involuntarily observed the side of Ning Qi's face. This handsome face hid such a frightening strength. He had killed a Doshing with just the strength of a Do Zun. Ning Qi smiled faintly as he looked at the owner of Jingyue Market. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at Long Howren, who was quietly retreating. Head shopkeeper Long, don't go. We haven't finished our business yet. Long Howren's face immediately turned ghastly pale. He stopped helplessly and looked at the workshop master of the Bright Moon House, as if he was asking for help. However, the other ordinary shopkeepers and guards of the Longting trading firm had quietly escaped before Huang Heng died. Taking a deep breath, the workshop master flashed a bright smile, cupped his hands at Ning Qi, and said, "Today, after witnessing little brother's skills, this old man finally realized that there is always someone better out there. I hope little brother will forgive me for my previous offense. As for the grudge between little brother and the Soaring Dragon firm, this old man has decided not to interfere." "Boss, you can't do this. My Soaring Dragon trading firm is in your moon workshop, so you have to bear the responsibility of protecting us." Long Howren looked at the workshop owner with a horrified expression. If this old fellow did not protect them, then he would probably suffer the same fate as Long Xuanyo today. Long Howren's whole body began to tremble when he thought of the miserable scene after his cultivation was crippled. "Hee hee, you old thing. Suddenly, you're trying to reason with me? Didn't you want to suppress me before?" Ning Qi looked at the workshop master of Jingyue House with a faint smile. He did not spare her any face in his words. "Old thing, I'm not angry." The owner of the Starry Moon House took a deep breath. The smile on his face did not change as he said with a fawning smile, "I was deceived by Long Howren previously. I hope that little brother will not blame me. Please don't blame me." Ning Qi shook his head in disappointment. Since the other party had repeatedly retreated, he would temporarily spare this old dog's life today. As for Long Howren, Ning Qi extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. A spiritual shadow condensed and an incomparably huge palm grabbed Long Howren. "Senior, ancestor, I was wrong. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. In the future, you will be a distinguished guest of my Soaring Dragon merchant firm. I will sell everything to you at a discount." "A discount?" "No, I will give you everything in the Soaring Dragon merchant firm for free today." Long Howren shouted in panic. He had the cultivation of a Do Zun, but he could not move at all after being grabbed by this huge palm. "I want you to give them to me?" Ning Qi smiled coldly and said to Dongfang Yuluo, "Go and pack everything in the Soaring Dragon merchant firm." Dongfang Yuluo hesitated for a moment before saying, "The Soaring Dragon merchant firm is backed by the 3 great dragon tribes." Yes, that's right. The Soaring Dragon merchant firm is backed by the 3 great dragon tribes. If you kill me today, they will not let you off. You will not be a match for any dragon emperor." Long Howren hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, as if he had found a life-saving straw. "Little brother, listen to my advice." The owner of Jingyue House tried to persuade him. If the 2 great shopkeepers of the Soaring Dragon merchant firm were both killed here, he would not be able to escape responsibility as the owner. Scram. Ning Qi looked at the owner of Jingyue House and said indifferently. The owner of Jingyue House quickly shut his mouth and did not speak anymore. Even an experienced Doshing like Huang Heng was not a match for Ning Qi. His realm was not stable yet, and he probably could not even take a few moves from the other party. If he angered Ning Qi, the latter would kill him regardless of the consequences. He would not be able to say anything then. "What are you hesitating for? Just do as I say." Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Yuluo with a frown. "Yes." Dongfang Yuluo was slightly shocked. For some reason, Ning Qi's eyes made her feel fear. After hesitating for a moment, she decisively entered the Soaring Dragon merchant firm. After searching for a while, she handed an interspatial ring to Ning Qi when she came out again. "Everything is inside," Dongfang Yuluo said in a low voice. Ning Qi's divine sense entered the ring and a faint smile appeared on his face. There were 13 lower-grade Heaven-class fighting weapons, 1 middle-grade Heaven-class fighting weapon, thousands of elixirs, and 2 piles of spirit grass and spirit materials. There were more than 200 lower-grade Heaven-class rejuvenation elixirs that he wanted. As for the other miscellaneous items, Ning Qi did not care about them and did not count them in detail. These things could be sent to the War God Temple in the future for Niu Dezhuang and the others to use. Since you have taken all the things, can you let me go? Seeing that shouting was useless, Long Howren hurriedly said to Ning Qi in a soft voice, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Ning Qi smiled slightly. "No. Don't destroy my cultivation." Long Howren screamed in horror. With a poof, his dantian was directly shattered by Ning Qi's finger. Subsequently, the dou qi in his body leaked out, and his appearance gradually changed from a middle-aged man to an old man with white hair. Leaving the despairing Long Howren behind, Ning Qi's divine sense wrapped around Dongfang Yuluo and directly flew to the Dongfang clan with her. My cultivation base, Long Howren muttered to himself in a low voice, his expression somewhat obsessed. The workshop master glanced at him, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. If it were not for Long Howren, he would not have been humiliated twice in a row today. A dignified workshop master, a dignified Doxing, had been scolded twice. There was probably no one else in Dongxian other than him. The Doxing who just died called that senior Ning Beixian. I'm afraid this name will soon sweep across the entire Dongxian. After all, he killed a Doxing. In the extreme west of the Vermilion Bird Empire, there was an incomparably magnificent giant city. Near the giant city, there were tens of thousands of small towns with hundreds of millions of living beings. Chapter 819. Chapter 819. The Four Paragons, Nine-Yang Palace. Don't tell me your Dongfang clan only rose to power after obtaining the entrance to the Nine-Yang Pagoda? Ning Qi looked at the city and smiled. It's not a secret in Dongxian. Dongfang Yuluo whispered. Oh, all right then. Take me to see Brother Dongfang. Ning Qi smiled. Nine-Yang Palace. There was a 1,000-story tower in the Dongfang clan's forbidden ground. The top of the tower reached the clouds, and only half of the tower could be seen. This was the Dongfang clan's only forbidden ground, the Nine-Yang Tower. Every direct descendant of the Dongfang clan had at least one chance to enter the Nine-Yang Tower to train. The number of times varied according to their talent. For example, Paragons had at least 9 times. Nine-Yang Tower's entrance. A figure was shackled by 4 chains, firmly fixed to the ground. His hair was disheveled on his shoulders. It was unknown how long it had been since he last washed it. His hair was tangled in strands, and his clothes were torn apart. Bruises could be seen everywhere on his exposed skin. TSK, the Paragon Dongfang Haojie has become trash. What a pity. I can kill him with one finger now. Do you remember how arrogant he was when he first returned to the clan? I remember that his eyes were cold and weird. I felt like I was splashed with cold water when he looked at me. Weird because he was a eunuch. Ha ha, you know eunuchs, right? A man without a bird. After that, he found a body sculpting pill from somewhere and made up for the flaws in his body. Then, he brazenly stole the luck of those supreme being prodigies. Now that he has become like this, he deserves it. He asked for it. Forget it. Ignore them. Let's enter the Nine-Yang Tower. This is my first time. I'm so nervous. No matter how the people around him mocked and pointed, Dongfang Haojie's head was still lowered. If the elder guarding the Nine-Sun Tower did not notice that his chest was rising and falling, he would have mistakenly thought that Dongfang Haojie had already died. A bolt of lightning flew over from afar and landed in front of Dongfang Haojie. The elder guarding this place quickly ran to the figure and revealed a fawning smile. Nephew Wudi, are you going to enter the Nine-Yang Pagoda again today? Dongfang Wudi was the direct descendant of Dongfang Luxian, one of the 3 great Dou Di of the Dongfang clan. He was also one of the 4 ultimate heavens prides of the Dongfang clan. He was 9 feet tall and had a slender body. His appearance appeared to be only 23 or 24 years old. However, those who saw Dongfang Wudi nearby knew that his actual age was almost 100 years old. In the secular world, people of this age would be considered old and decrepit. However, Dongfang Wudi's status in the Dongfang clan was even higher than many Doshings, especially after he had obtained the ancient demon race bloodline. Dongfang Luxian had personally said that Dongfang Wudi would be able to break through to the Doshing class in less than 3 to 5 years. 100 years old Doshing. How many of them were there in Dongxian? Yes. Dongfang Wudi nodded slightly and looked at Dongfang Haojie with a faint smile. At this time, Dongfang Haojie finally raised his head and stared at Dongfang Wudi with extreme resentment. Dongfang Haojie, do you regret it? Dongfang Wudi smiled faintly. Dongfang Wudi, you are not as skilled as others. You invited Dongfang Luxian, that ignorant old man, to take away my bloodline and my cultivation. I admit defeat, but I will not accept you. Dongfang Haojie clenched his teeth. Each word seemed to have exhausted a great deal of energy as they were spat out from his mouth. How dare you? How dare you insult the old ancestor? Before Dongfang Wudi could act, the elder guarding the 9-yang tower, who was a peak dozun, had already slapped Dongfang Haojie's face. Puff! Dongfang Haojie spat out a mouthful of fresh blood along with over a dozen teeth. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Hai, you are also an old man. You have already started to flatter Dongfang Wudi? Dongfang Haojie let out a bitter laugh. Elder Hai, go easy on Dongfang Haojie. After killing him, how can our Dongfang clan's disciples take this as a warning? I intend to let him live for at least 100 years here. Dongfang Wudi swept a glance at Dongfang Hai with a faint smile. The Dongfang clan's disciples nearby felt a lingering fear when they saw Dongfang Haojie's miserable appearance. They warned themselves not to offend their own clan's ultimate prodigy. Dongfang Haojie, actually, you can also commit suicide. However, you don't have the courage, right? Dongfang Wudi said with a faint smile. Ha ha ha, if you have the guts, kill me. Dongfang Haojie laughed out loud. Wudi, what is there to say to this brat? You are just wasting your time. He will only be a cripple for the rest of his life. Who knows how many more years he can live. Another bolt of lightning flew over and landed beside Dongfang Wudi. This person was 7 feet tall and was a head shorter than Dongfang Wudi. However, Dongfang Hai immediately flattered him after seeing him. This was because he was one of the 4 ultimate prodigies, Dongfang Qinlong. Dongfang Haojie coldly glanced at Dongfang Qinlong and spat at Dongfang Qinlong. Dongfang Qinlong tilted his body slightly and dodged the spit that was mixed with blood. A faint smile appeared on his face. Looks like this fellow really hates us. How can he not hate us? Not only did he lose the ancient Golden Crow bloodline, his cultivation was also crippled. If it was us, we would also feel the same hatred, right? Ah! Another 2 bolts of lightning flew over and landed beside Dongfang Wudi and Dongfang Qinlong. They looked at Dongfang Haojie mockingly. They were the other 2 ultimate prodigies, Dongfang Xingsong and Dongfang Gai. Hiss! The people nearby all sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 supreme prodigies had gathered together. Could something big have happened in the 9 Suns Pagoda? The 4 bastards have gathered, haha. Dongfang Haojie looked at the 4 of them and laughed crazily. Wudi, kill him. He's an eyesore to stay here. Dongfang Xingsong said with a gloomy expression. No, killing him would be letting him off too easily. I want him to live a life worse than death here. Dongfang Gai smiled. Gai knows me well. Dongfang Wudi laughed. Everyone, don't worry. This old man will transfer some battle energy to him from time to prolong his life. Dongfang Hai flattered at the right time. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Hai. Dongfang Wudi smiled. Let's go into the 9 Suns Pagoda. Dongfang Qinlong smiled. And Dongfang Yulua is here. She's here to see Dongfang Haojie again, right? She's really loyal. She knows that Dongfang Haojie has offended the ultimate prodigies, but she still dares to come here. The four of them who were about to enter the Nine Suns Pagoda paused and looked behind them. They saw Dongfang Yulua and a young man walking over. Chapter 820. Dead or Alive? It's Dongfang Yushang's youngest daughter. Dongfang Wudi and the other three smiled, and looked at Dongfang Yulua calmly. As for Ningqi, he was temporarily ignored. This is Dongfang Haojie? Ningqi's eyes flashed with a trace of heaviness. In his impression, Dongfang Haojie should be a heroic and outstanding genius. But now, he was unkempt and had no aura of battle energy. His qi and blood were even weaker than those rank 1 demonic beasts. He couldn't even be compared to a warrior. Cousin! Hearing his roar, Dongfang Yulua immediately stopped and looked at Dongfang Haojie with a hint of regret in her eyes. If she didn't ask Dongfang Haojie to train in the Nine Suns Tower, he wouldn't be like this. You're Dongfang Yulua, right? Are you here to see your cousin? Well, Dongfang Haojie is indeed the son of your father's second brother. However, his father colluded with the enemy and betrayed the family. He was killed in front of the ancestral tablet. Didn't your father tell you? Anyone who has anything to do with him basically doesn't have a good ending. Dongfang Wudi smiled. Brother Wudi, please let my cousin go. He's a cripple now and is no longer a threat to you, Dongfang Yulua begged. He threat? What right does he have to threaten us? I advise you to scram. If I find out you're here to see him again, don't blame me for being merciless. Dongfang Gai sneered. Let's go. Dongfang Haojie stared at Ningqi and mouthed. Brother Dongfang, do you want these four dead or alive? Ningqi's lips curled up as he transmitted his voice. What? A hint of doubt appeared on Dongfang Haojie's face. Dongfang Yulua, how dare you? A cold shout came from afar. Then, a middle-aged man and a beautiful middle-aged woman landed next to Dongfang Yulua. This is Dongfang Yushang and his wife. Oh, Dongfang Yulua's parents. Some of the Dongfang family's disciples who had stopped nearby to watch recognized them. Dongfang Yushang glared at Dongfang Yulua, then smiled at Dongfang Wudi and the others. My four nephews, I'll take my daughter away now. Father, mother, speak to the old ancestor. Cousin is already in such a state. Don't torture him any more. Dongfang Yulua begged. But a crisp sound was heard. Dongfang Yulua looked at her father in shock. Dad, you hit me? I'm not just going to hit you. How many times have I told you not to have anything to do with this bastard? Yet, you refused to listen and even brought him into the Nine-Yang Pagoda, bringing trouble to the four nephews. Come back with me and face the wall for 5 years. Dongfang Yushang was flustered and exasperated. The middle-aged woman coldly glanced at Dongfang Haojie as if she was looking at trash. Then she said to Dongfang Yulua, You, don't keep giving your father trouble. I found a marriage for you. After facing the wall, you will marry into the Tuoba family. What? Dongfang Yulua looked at the middle-aged woman in shock, then her face showed a hint of despair. Mother, I won't marry. Enough. Don't talk about your trivial matters in front of the Nine-Yang Pagoda. Dongfang Hai shouted. Yes, Elder Hai. We'll leave now. Dongfang Yushang was startled and glanced at Dongfang Yulua coldly. Come back with me. Well, who are you? I don't think I've seen you in the Dongfang family. Dongfang Wudi suddenly noticed Ningqi's indifferent expression. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ningqi. I've never seen this guy before. He's Dongfang Yulua's friend. Oh no, he actually followed Dongfang Yulua here and bumped into the four supreme geniuses. He's probably going to be implicated. Everyone looked at Ningqi with a hint of gloating in their eyes. Ningqi ignored Dongfang Wudi and walked straight to Dongfang Haojie. Under everyone's shocked gazes, He slashed 4 times and cut the 4 chains that bound Dongfang Haojie. He cut the chains made of flowing gold? What kind of saber is that? Everyone turned pale with fright. The 4 chains that bound Dongfang Haojie weren't ordinary goods. They were made of flowing gold and were used by the Dongfang family to suppress enemies. Ordinary Do Zuns wouldn't be able to cut them easily. Brother Dongfang, you haven't answered my question just now. Do you want these 4 people dead or alive? Ningqi helped Dongfang Haojie up and smiled. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ningqi with his mouth agape, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Why did you come? Hiss, so he's Dongfang Haojie's friend. Looks like Dongfang Yulo brought him here. Dongfang Yulo, how dare you? Dongfang Yushang's face turned livid. However, he found a glimmer of expectation in his daughter's eyes. How dare you? Dongfang Wudi and the other 3's faces instantly turned cold as they looked at Ningqi. What did he ask Dongfang Haojie? Dongfang Gai frowned. He seemed to be talking about us? Do you want them dead or alive? Dongfang Qinlong said with a spurious smile. Dongfang Xingsong coldly stared at Ningqi and suddenly revealed a bright smile. All right, let's lock him here and keep him company with Dongfang Haojie. What do you think? Very well. The 3 laughed in unison. Everyone looked at Ningqi with a trace of curiosity, shock, schadenfreude, and pity. In their opinion, the best outcome for Ningqi today was what Dongfang Xingsong had just said, to be suppressed under the 9-yang pagoda together with Dongfang Haojie, and at least keep his life. My matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to kill or humiliate, come at me. Let him go. Dongfang Haojie stared at the 4 and said. Then kneel down and beg us. Maybe we'll let him go if we're in a good mood. Dongfang Xingsong smiled. Before this, Dongfang Haojie had never begged for mercy even though his cultivation had been destroyed. This made the 4 feel like a fishbone was stuck in their throats. Today, they wanted to see what Dongfang Haojie was like at his lowest. Dongfang Haojie's expression changed and he nodded in despair. All right, I'll kneel. When he was about to kneel, he found that he could not kneel. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking him. Everyone looked at Ningqi in unison. Brother Dongfang, do you want these 4 people dead or alive? Give me a definite answer. Ningqi smiled. Brother Ning, you don't have to do this. Dongfang Haojie did not believe that Ningqi was a match for the 4 ultimate saints. Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 were half-step to Dosheng. Even at his peak, he was like an ant in front of the 4. How arrogant! Chapter 821. Paragon geniuses are just so more and more members of the Dongfang clan gathered around the 9-Sun Tower. There was no lack of elder-level existences among them. Even a Dosheng-level elder was attracted over. He stood calmly in the air and watched this scene. Ningqi acted as if he didn't hear those words of ridicule, and he smiled as he looked at Dongfang Haojie, waiting for his reply. Dongfang Haojie and Ningqi looked at each other for a long time. Suddenly, a strange feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. His face suddenly showed a trace of fierceness. Brother Ning, I want to die, I want them to die. Good. That's enough for me. Ningqi smiled. Ha, Dongfang Haojie, are all your friends so stupid? Does he think the 4 of us are the same as you? Dongfang Qinlong couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yi, tell him why people call us supreme geniuses. I'm afraid he still doesn't know what the word supreme means. Dongfang Xingsong chuckled. Dongfang Gai looked at Ningqi with a smile that was not a smile and said, An ant-like existence, why do I need to speak so much with him? If any of you are interested, go ahead and deal with them. Don't delay our great plan. Kill an ant like him? It's an insult to my identity. Dongfang Xingsong said calmly. Exactly. Dongfang Wudi and Dongfang Qinlong said. 4 big brothers, I am at your service. A 1-star Do Zun let out an excited roar. He instantly appeared in front of Ningqi. A savage smile was revealed on his face as he smashed his palm toward Ning Qi's head. When the crowd saw this, their faces immediately showed regret. It was such a good opportunity to flatter, but they didn't grasp it. In the end, this guy beat them to it. Dongfang Hai's face was filled with regret. Brother Ning. Dongfang Haojie suddenly became nervous. Aunt, Ning Qi smiled faintly and slashed with his saber. Pooh. Fresh blood shot into the sky. That headless corpse of a one-star Do Zun immediately knelt in front of Ning Qi. It was kicked aside by Ning Qi with a look of disdain. Instantly killing a one-star Do Zun? The way Dongfang Wudi and the other three looked at Ning Qi suddenly changed. Dongfang Man has been killed. Damn it! Kill this brat! How dare he kill a disciple of the Dongfang family in their territory? Dongfang Yuluo must be punished as well. He was the one who brought them here. Traitor! The death of that one-star Do Zun immediately stirred the anger of everyone. Dongfang Yushang glared at Dongfang Yuluo with a trace of worry in his eyes. Today's matter wouldn't be easy to deal with. Although Dongfang Man was not as good as the 4 Paragon prodigies, he was still an outstanding figure among the ordinary prodigies. Even in the 36 great sects, he would be a top-notch true disciple. The Dongfang family had spent a lot of manpower and resources to cultivate such a genius. But today, he had died so worthlessly in the hands of an outsider. The Do Xing in the sky had originally intended to directly attack and suppress Ning Qi. However, when he glanced at Dongfang Wudi's group of 4, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He planned to hand Ning Qi over to them to deal with. Dongfang Haojie's face revealed a shocked expression. In his memory, Ning Qi was not even a Do Zone. Now, however, he had personally witnessed a Do Zun class genius, whom he looked up to back then, being killed by Ning Qi with a single slash. Suddenly, hope rose in Dongfang Haojie's heart. Interesting. Dongfang Haojie's friends aren't all idiots. Unfortunately, you've come to the wrong place today. Dongfang Wudi smiled faintly. Did Dongfang Yuluo bring him here to save Dongfang Haojie? Dongfang Qinlong suddenly realized. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of gazes looked at Dongfang Yuluo. This time, Dongfang Yushang and his first madam couldn't remain calm anymore. Their faces revealed a trace of fear. They glared at Dongfang Yuluo and quickly tried to explain. No, my daughter wouldn't bring anyone to save this bastard. He must be threatening my daughter. Right, it's him. Dongfang Yushang pointed at Ning Qi and roared. This is your uncle? Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Haojie. No. Dongfang Haojie coldly looked at Dongfang Yushang. When he was young, he lost his parents. He treated these two as his own parents, but they personally sent him to the imperial palace of the 9 Regions Empire and made him a eunuch. Dongfang Haojie didn't have the slightest affection for these two people. Fortunately, we came here today. Otherwise, this brat would have really escaped. Dongfang Gai sneered. Since that's the case, I'll make an exception and personally suppress him. Dongfang Xingsong smiled faintly and slowly raised his palm. Dongfang Xingsong is going to make his move. Don't blink. I haven't seen Dongfang Xingsong personally in a long time. The disciples of the Dongfang clan were excited when the supreme prodigy made his move. Boom! A huge foot suddenly descended from the sky and stepped on Dongfang Xingsong's head. This scene caused the buzzing crowd to shut their mouths one after another. They were terrified. In their vision, a terrifying existence that was over a kilometer tall appeared. It was the one that suppressed Dongfang Xingsong with a single foot. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. What's going on? Dongfang Wudi and the other two were shocked. After the Titan Divine Soul stomped Dongfang Xingsong to death, it didn't stop. It directly stomped 3 times and suppressed Dongfang Wudi and the other two. Before the 3 died, they couldn't understand how such a terrifying existence sneaked into the 9 Suns Tower of the Dongfang clan. Didn't the elders in the clan notice it? Chosen one? TSK, you're just SOSO. Ning Qi smiled faintly, picked up Dongfang Haojie and rushed towards the Nine-Yang Pagoda. Once Dongfang Wudi and the other three died, the Dongfang family's Dou Di would definitely personally capture him. He could run to the Ling Wu continent, but Dongfang Haojie could not. Because he didn't even have any Dou Qi, he couldn't refine the outer sect disciple token. Therefore, the Nine Suns Tower was their only hope of escaping. As long as Ning Qi was given a bit of time, he was confident that he could help Dongfang Haojie recover his cultivation, refine the outer disciple command token, and then return to the Ling Wu continent with him. As for Dongxian, he would find an opportunity to return in the future. Dongfang Wudi and the others are dead? Everyone recovered from their shock and let out a series of deafening roars. Dongfang Wudi's group was one of the only 4 ultimate heaven prides of the Dongfang clan. Once they died, it was likely that the Dongfang clan's Dou Xing class would be cut off for a short period of time. This had shaken the foundation of the Dongfang family. That Dou Xing class elder, who was standing in the empty space, was startled awake from his shock. He immediately unleashed a furious roar. "Thief! How dare you kill a paragon prodigy of my race? Die!" Chapter 822. Ancient Water Dragon Holy Land. What happened? Dongfang Yu was still in shock. Dongfang Yushang was still in shock. Dongfang Yu did not expect that the young man brought by his daughter would kill Dongfang Wudi and the others. They did not even have the power to fight back. "Master, let's go." The middle-aged woman reacted quickly. The 3 of them then disappeared in the chaotic crowd. No one had the mood to care about the 3 of them since the 4 ultimate heavens pridelings had died. More and more Dou Xing elders came out of seclusion. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar broke out in the forbidden area in the deepest part of the clan. Who killed the ultimate heavens pridelings of the Dongfang clan? Dongfang Lu Xian. A group of Dou Xing elders looked in the direction of the roar. They were very familiar with this voice. It belonged to the second strongest person in the Dongfang clan, a 3-star Dou Emperor, Dongfang Lu Xian. In the blink of an eye, a slender figure appeared in front of the Nine-Yang Tower. The group of Dou Xing hurriedly stepped forward and cupped their hands. Dongfang Lu Xian looked coldly at the 4 big pits on the ground. He stretched out his hand and the 4 broken bodies of Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 flew out. "Hey, their spirits are still there?" Dongfang Lu Xian's eyes flashed with joy. Everyone saw 4 green lights suddenly fly out of the 4 corpses and were put into Dongfang Lu Xian's sleeve. "What the hell happened?" Dongfang Lu Xian asked coldly. The group of Dou Xing looked at each other and finally looked at the dumbfounded Dongfang Hai. "Dongfang Hai, you tell him." Yes, Dongfang Hai reacted and knelt in front of Dongfang Lu Xian. He wept bitterly and explained what had happened. Half of the words were to absolve himself. He really did not expect that Ning Qi was such a terrifying existence that could kill even the ultimate heavens pridelings. Dongfang Haojie's friend? Escaped into the Nine-Yang Tower? Dongfang Lu Xian muttered to himself. Elder Dongfang Hai has already gone in. Dongfang Hai added one last sentence. All of you, wait here so that no one can take advantage of the situation to sneak in. Dongfang Lu Xian's expression was a little grave. Through Dongfang Hai's description, he already knew that the giant was not a human but a spirit. An expert who possessed such a spirit must have come from the Withered Bones Forbidden Land. If this was really the case, he would have to suspect that the other party had not only come to rescue Dongfang Haojie. He might have another motive. Hence, he ordered the group of Dou Xings to guard the Nine Sun Tower outside while he entered the Nine Sun Tower in a flash. "Thief! Hand over your life!" Dongfang Huang roared as he chased after Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. He was furious. Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 had been killed in front of him. If the great ancestor made a fuss about it, he would not be able to escape the blame. After entering the Nine-Yang Pagoda, Ning Qi did not hesitate in the slightest. After clearly asking Dongfang Haojie how to enter the secret realm, he madly rushed towards the highest point of the Nine-Yang Pagoda. "Brother Ning, you wouldn't have been possessed by some powerful being, right?" Being carried by Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojie sensed the rapid changes in the surroundings and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Dongfang, you still have the mood to joke at this time? You should have asked Dongfang Yulua to come and find me earlier, then she wouldn't have been humiliated for so long." Ning Qi rolled his eyes. "How would I know that you have this kind of strength? I was just afraid of dragging you down." Dongfang Haojie felt slightly wronged. "Alright, stop talking. Let's escape first. I feel that apart from Dongfang Huang, there is another terrifying existence behind us. It should be your family's Do Di." Ning Qi's face became a little more serious. "Do Di? It must be that old bastard Dongfang Lu Xian." Dongfang Haojie's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. It was Dongfang Lu Xian who caused him to become like this. Even if his dantian could be repaired in the future, it would take many years for him to recover his original cultivation. "Don't worry, you will have a chance to take revenge on him in the future." Ning Qi comforted him. After a dozen breaths, he came to the highest point of the Nine-Yang Pagoda. In front of the two of them, there was a huge stone door, which emitted a black hole aura like the universe. A few disciples of the Dongfang family who were planning to enter the door showed a surprised expression when they saw the two of them. "Dongfang Haojie? Aren't you suppressed under the Nine-Yang Pagoda? And you? Who are you? You are not a disciple of our Dongfang family. How dare you come to my Nine-Yang Pagoda?" Everyone immediately reacted and looked at Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie with extreme vigilance. Scram! Ning Qi snorted coldly and with a wave of his hand, he swept them to the side and carried Dongfang Haojie towards the huge door. "Stop!" Dongfang Lu Xian's speed was much faster than Dongfang Huang. Just as Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie entered the stone door, he punched towards their back. "Dongfang Lu Xian! You old bastard! Chase after me if you have the ability!" Dongfang Haojie saw him and his face revealed a crazy expression as he laughed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared into the stone door. "Damn it!" Dongfang Lu Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Dongfang Huang caught up and looked at him in fear, then lowered his head and stood to the side. "It's old ancestor Lu Xian." The nearby disciples guessed Dongfang Lu Xian's identity, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. "Old ancestor, should we send someone in to capture these two people?" Dongfang Huang saw that Dongfang Lu Xian did not speak and suggested, "Trash. Even Dongfang Wudi and the other three are no match for him. Who should we send in?" Dongfang Lu Xian snorted coldly. Everyone was scared out of their wit. The secret realm of the Nine Suns Tower could not be entered by Do Xing and Do Di. This was a rule passed down by their ancestors. Even Dongfang Lu Xian did not dare to break this rule. "Stay here. I don't believe that they will not come out for a lifetime." Dongfang Lu Xian snorted coldly at Dongfang Huang and turned away. Dongfang Huang's face revealed a sad smile. If the other party really did not come out, he was afraid that he would have to stay here for a lifetime. This was also Dongfang Lu Xian's punishment for not saving Dongfang Wudi and the other three. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the water dragon Holy Land and completing the task. Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie suddenly appeared in the air. There was no trace of the Nine Suns Tower or the huge door behind them. With the sound of the system, Ning Qi had no time to look around. His face first showed a trace of shock, then he took out the water dragon pearl from the space bag with ecstasy. At this moment, the aura of this water dragon pearl had undergone a great change. As soon as it was taken out, a rain cloud gathered in the sky, and the surrounding water vapor also increased by dozens of times. Ning Qi did not hesitate and directly embedded it into the dragon slayer's saber. At this moment, there were only 5 holes left in the handle of the saber. The snow dragon pearl and the water dragon pearl were shining brightly. The dragon slayer saber also changed. A stream of light flashed on it, and the sound of the system sounded again. Chapter 8:23 Golden Crow Bloodline Water Element Energy? Ningqi suddenly remembered that when the Dragon Slayer saber was embedded with the first Snow Dragon Pearl, he had also awakened the power of ice and frost. It was just that as his opponents became stronger, he had not used it for a long time. With a thought, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Watermelon-sized hailstones rained down from the sky. When these hailstones landed on the ground, not only did they create huge craters, but they also froze everything nearby. Dongfang Haojie's body unconsciously trembled. But these hailstones disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he was shocked to see Ningqi's left hand spurt out a spring. The spring water grew bigger and bigger, from a foot wide to several feet wide, like a small stream. Finally, this spring water condensed into a water dragon in the air, blasting towards a mountain not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain peak collapsed. The power is not bad. Ningqi smiled with satisfaction and said to the dumbfounded Dongfang Haojie, "Brother Dongfang, I didn't expect that the forbidden area of your Dongfang family is the ancient Water Dragon Holy Land." "What Water Dragon Holy Land?" Dongfang Haojie looked confused. "Let's find a place to repair your dantian first," Ningqi said. Dongfang Haojie frowned and said, "What did you say?" Not waiting for Ningqi to answer, he excitedly grabbed Ningqi's shoulder and said, "Brother Ning, did you say that you want to restore my dantian?" As for the Water Dragon Holy Land, Dongfang Haojie had forgotten about it. He just wanted to know whether Ningqi was comforting him or telling the truth. It should be possible to repair the dantian. I have 60 to 70% confidence. Ningqi laughed. In a valley, Ningqi purposely cleared out the demonic beasts in the vicinity. It was indeed an ancient land. There were many types of demonic beasts in the vicinity that Ningqi had never seen or heard of before. Just a few of these demonic beasts could be exchanged for several times the profit in Dongxian. The rise of the Dongfang family was due to this place. "Brother Dongfang, take one of these body sculpting pills and see its effect." Ningqi took out a pill and handed it to Dongfang Haojie. "All right." Dongfang Haojie took it and directly swallowed it. After a while, Dongfang Haojie said bitterly, "My dantian is still shattered." "Don't worry, I still have a few ideas." "It's okay, I still have a few methods." After trying 7 or 8 methods, Dongfang Haojie's dantian showed no signs of improvement. Now there was only one last simple and crude method left. That was to exchange for an ancient monster race bloodline for Dongfang Haojie. "Dongfang Haojie's bloodline," Dongfang Haojie said. "Ning Dongfang body." Because his dantian hadn't been restored yet, Dongfang Haojie was a bit absent-minded. Ningqi had to ask him several times before he reacted and nodded with a bitter smile. It's indeed an ancient golden crow. My Dongfang family's cultivation method is called 9 Suns Art. Yulua secretly taught me the first half of the 9 Sun Art, which is equivalent to a low-grade heaven rank art. It's very compatible with the Golden Crow bloodline. The last time I entered this place, I discovered that Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 were scheming for the Golden Crow tribe's treasure, the Golden Crow's heart. I kept an eye on them. When they were being chased by the Golden Crow tribe, I coincidentally obtained the Golden Crow's heart and the hidden Golden Crow bloodline. Because of the Golden Crow bloodline, my cultivation directly broke through from the peak Do zone to a 1-star Do zone. At this point, Dongfang Haojie's face revealed a trace of sadness. In the end, Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 framed me, saying that I had a premeditated plan and deliberately caused them to be chased by the Golden Crow tribe. Dongfang Luxian, that old man, did not treat me as a member of the Dongfang family. He directly listened to the slander of Dongfang Wudi and the other three and took away my bloodline and cultivation. At this point, he looked at Ning Qi with some doubt. Brother Ning, why do you ask? There is only one golden crow's heart, and it is gone. At this moment, Ning Qi had already found the bloodline of the ancient golden crow from the dragon-slaying merchant market. The beginner bloodline only cost 250,000 dragon-slaying coins. Clearly, it could not be compared to the bloodline of the Titan tribe. With a thought, Ning Qi's dragon-slaying coins instantly decreased by 250,000, leaving around 300,000. After which, he slapped Dongfang Haojie's head. Brother Ning, what are you doing? Dongfang Haojie was first shocked. After which, he instantly swallowed his words back into his stomach. This was because he felt his entire body heating up, as though he had been thrown into a furnace. This kind of feeling was exactly the same as when he had obtained the golden crow's heart from the ancient golden crow. Why did Ning Qi have the bloodline of the ancient golden crow? Why did he not use it? Many questions rose within Dongfang Haojie's body. The next moment, he was on fire. Dongfang Haojie smiled bitterly as he looked at Ning Qi and said, "The last time I obtained the golden crow's bloodline, I was a peak Do zone. My body had Do Qi that could suppress this golden crow heavenly fire. However, I don't have it now, damn." Ning Qi's face revealed a dull expression. After he reacted in the next second, he hurriedly used the ice frost energy on his left hand and the water yuan energy on his right to wildly lower Dongfang Haojie's temperature. Hiss hiss hiss, the steam was like a huge dragon as it swept towards the sky. The power of the golden crow heavenly fire was very strong. If it wasn't for the ice frost energy alone, it would not be able to suppress it. Fortunately, Ning Qi had also awakened the water yuan energy. This was not any ordinary water. It was the core water yuan of the ancient water dragon tribe. It was the nemesis of the majority of heavenly fires. Without it, Dongfang Haojie would definitely be burnt to ashes after receiving the golden crow's bloodline with his mortal body. 2 hours later, the golden crow heavenly fire on Dongfang Haojie's body gradually returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes and a golden glow flashed. A red mark appeared on Dongfang Haojie's forehead. It was a golden crow whose body was burning with flames. Success! Ning Qi let out a sigh of relief. His eyes swept towards Dongfang Haojie's dantian. How is it? Has the dantian been restored? The dantian has been restored. Dongfang Haojie nodded excitedly. At this moment, his body was completely different from that of an ordinary person. With the awakened golden crow's bloodline, even if he did not have a trace of Do Qi, an ordinary Do Ling would not be a match for him. It's good that it has been restored. I have a lot of spirit crystals and elixirs here. During this period of time, you should first cultivate and restore your cultivation to its original state. When the time comes, I will bring you to a good place. Ning Qi smiled. Alright. Dongfang Haojie nodded heavily. Using the golden crow's bloodline to cultivate the 9 sun art was very fast. On the first day, Dongfang Haojie broke through to the peak of the Dedoshe realm. His cultivation rose like a rocket. On the second day, Do Ling. On the third day, Do Wang. On the fourth day, Do Huang. On the fifth day, Do Zong. On the sixth day, Do Qi suddenly soared from Dongfang Haojie's body and condensed into a huge cloud of Do Qi. The next moment, a golden crow spirit condensed behind Dongfang Haojie. Chapter 824. The Golden Crow 6 Days. From a Doja to a Dozun, Dongfang Haojie had only spent 6 days. Even Ning Qi could not match such a speed. However, a large part of the reason was that Dongfang Haojie was already a Dozun back then. The only thing he needed to do was to refine his Do Qi. Ning Qi's remaining middle-grade spirit crystals, along with the spirit crystals he had snatched from the Soaring Dragon Trading Company and Huang Heng, amounted to millions. All of them were refined by Dongfang Haojie in a short 6 days. The golden crow spirit flapped its wings and landed on Dongfang Haojie's shoulder. After staring at it silently for a while, he suddenly cupped his hands toward Ning Qi and said with a solemn expression, "Brother Ning, I, Dongfang Haojie, am unable to repay your kindness. In the future, you can take my life any time you want." "Why would I want your life?" Ning Qi said with a half-smile. Not wanting to talk more about this topic, Ning Qi continued, "You have already become a Do Zun. This golden crow spirit is also grade 7. I will teach you a kind of spirit refinement technique. In the future, the speed at which you absorb the refining God stone will be many times faster than an ordinary person. You can take fewer detours." After teaching, Ning Qi told Dongfang Haojie about what had happened in Dongxian during this period of time. Dongfang Haojie exclaimed, "So a Do Zun needs to refine a spirit." Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked at Ning Qi in shock and said, "Brother Ning, your spirit is 3,000 feet tall. What realm is that? Don't tell me you are already a peak Do Zun?" At this moment, Dongfang Haojie was even more shocked as he carefully recalled the scene of Ning Qi killing Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 with a wave of his hand. "I am only a 3-star Do Zun. The main reason my spirit is so strong is because my Titan spirit is a grade 1 spirit. The limit of a peak Do Zun is 10,000 feet. Ning Qi said with a smile. Grade 1 spirit. Dongfang Haojie was shocked. He felt a little envious when he recalled that his grade 7 spirit was only 3,000 feet. "Brother Dongfang, actually, your spirit is already the highest grade I've seen apart from mine. I know a daughter of a Do Di. Her spirit only reached the 7th grade after activating the ancient demon bloodline. Even the direct descendant of the Heaven and Earth scholar of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, Zhongli Huatian, a supreme genius, only has a 9th grade spirit." Ning Qi smiled and said, "Wait until you have refined your spirit to the limit and become a Do Di. That old fellow Dongfang Lu Xian will definitely not be a match for you. This old fellow must definitely be killed. However, there is still a very long road before he can become a Do Di. I do not dare to think about it now. That's right, Brother Ning, we must hide now. The Golden Crow tribe is extremely sensitive to bloodlines. I'm afraid that they have already sensed my appearance and are hurrying over. It is likely that even the 3 great Do Di of the Dongfang clan would not be a match for that rank 10 Golden Crow," Dongfang Haojie said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of suns appeared in the distant sky. "This is the Golden Crow?" Ning Qi calmly looked into the distance. He saw a group of birds burning with the Golden Crow heavenly flame flapping their wings and flying over at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the valley. A hot aura came head-on. The grass and trees in the valley withered instantly. The places closest to the group of Golden Crows even started burning. After seeing Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie, they shook their bodies and turned into men and women in different attire. They stared at Dongfang Haojie. As for Ning Qi, he was completely ignored by them. "Brother Dongfang, refine this thing." Ning Qi quietly handed an outer disciple token to Dongfang Haojie. After Dongfang Haojie received it, he refined it on the spot without saying anything. The Golden Crow heavenly flame was extremely powerful. In just a few breaths' time, the token was successfully refined. After that, Dongfang Haojie revealed a shocked expression. Obviously, he had already understood the function of the token. "Damn human race, you dare to steal the ancient bloodline of our Golden Crow tribe. Kill them! Don't act on your own. Wait for the patriarch to arrive." The group of men and women roared at Dongfang Haojie as if they had seen their father's murderer. After a few breaths' time, another sun appeared in the sky. What was different from before was that this sun was comparable to a real sun. It was like a fireball, burning with raging flames. Following its arrival, the temperature of this place rose by more than 10 degrees. The air became extremely hot. However, Ning Qi had the mid-grade bloodline of the World Annihilation Titan, so this temperature could not harm him. Dongfang Haojie himself also had the bloodline of the Golden Crow, so he was naturally immune. This is the rank 10 Golden Crow? Ning Qi asked. Yes, it is. Dongfang Haojie's expression was solemn. Should we leave? If we are captured by it, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Then let's go. Ning Qi nodded. In the next second, the two of them disappeared in front of the group of Golden Crows. The rank 10 Golden Crow immediately stood in the void. After a while, it let out a roar. Find them! Find them for this king! Yes. Hundreds of Golden Crows roared and scattered in all directions. Lingwu Continent. War God Temple. War God Platform. As soon as Dongfang Haojie appeared, he looked around in shock. That is the Sect Master Hall. That is the training room for the outer disciples. It will help your cultivation speed. That is the training hall. The cultivation techniques there are only yellow low grade to top grade. They are not very useful. Ning Qi smiled and introduced to Dongfang Haojie. A few figures broke through the air and landed in front of the two of them. They said in surprise, Master! Young Master! These people were Luo Tianhua, Niu Dezhuang, and De Guzi. There are only the three of you in the sect? Old Master? Little Yuer? Zhang Long and Zhao Hu? Emocho? Where are my three big brothers? Ning Qi asked. Young Master, Zhuo is also in the sect. Little Yuer Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Old Master, Miss Emocho, and Xin Che went down the mountain. They said they wanted to take a look around this place. Your three big brothers also went with them. De Guzi said in a low voice. In a short period of time, he had already broken through to the 8-star Do Huang. It seemed that in a few days, he would become a Do Huang. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Master, don't worry. Martial Ant Emocho said they are just walking around. They won't go too far. Niu Dezhuang said. The closest city to the War God Temple was Green Ox City. Martial Ant Emocho. Fine. Martial Ant it is. Ning Qi then looked at Luo Tianhua. Your cultivation has also improved. Not bad. Master, I'm still far from being comparable to eldest senior brother. Luo Tianhua scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. The eldest senior was naturally Ning Qi's first disciple, Niu Dezhuang. It's okay. Your eldest senior has a special bloodline. It is normal for his cultivation speed to be faster than others. Ning Qi smiled. Luo Tianhua smiled bitterly in his heart. Ever since Niu Dezhuang and the others arrived, he found that his cultivation speed was the slowest. Chapter 825. The Sage King proposes marriage. Oh right, this is your martial uncle from now on. Call him Martial Uncle Dongfang. Ning Qi pointed at Dongfang Haojie and smiled at Niu Dezhuang and the others. Martial Uncle Dongfang. The three of them said in unison. Ha, I seem to be older than you. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi with some hidden bitterness. Your fist isn't as big as mine. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Dongfang Haojie was speechless. Ning Qi took Dongfang Haojie on a stroll around the War God Temple. After arranging his accommodation, they descended the mountain and headed for Azure Ox City. Through Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojie gained an increasing understanding of the distribution of factions in the Lingwu continent. When he learned that there were existences that had surpassed the Do Di in the three Holy Lands, Dongfang Haojie was extremely shocked. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi in shock. The reason why the 9 great clans and 36 top sects of Dongxian were so powerful was that they all had a passageway into the fragment. Ning Qi also had such a passageway, and the fragment he was connected to was even more powerful than the 9 Suns Tower. It wouldn't be long before the War God Temple became a place that far surpassed the 9 super clans. Brother Ning, I will follow you from now on. Dongfang Haojie sighed. Ning Qi smiled but said nothing. Green Ox City. I heard that 13th young lady has stimulated the bloodline of the ancient nine-tailed heavenly fox and has already broken through to the Do Zun realm. Even the Azure Tharch sacred ground sent an elder to congratulate him. Congratulations on the surface, but a marriage proposal in the dark. With Miss 13th's talent, all 3 holy lands want to recruit her. I heard that Elder Ma is here to propose for his grandson. Elder Ma? Are you Sacred King Ma Yuanxing, one of the 72 sacred kings of the Azure Tharch sacred land? That's him. It's not bad to be able to marry Sage King Ma's grandson. Sage King Ma has already become a 7-star Do Emperor. In the future, he will have the chance to break through to the Do Emperor level and become the next Azure Emperor of the Azure Emperor Sacred Land. So, this time, City Lord Su personally came out of seclusion to welcome us. It seems like there is hope for this marriage. One of the 72 Saint Kings, Ma Yuansheng, Ning Qi muttered to himself. As soon as they entered Green Ox City, the most common rumor that Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie heard was that Ma Yuanxing had come to propose marriage. Brother Ning, it is unexpected that a sacred land actually possesses 72 Do-di. It is likely that even the total number of Do-di in the eastern Xian region would not be this many. Dongfang Haojie was secretly shocked. Brother Dongfang, this is the charm of the Ling Wu mainland. Speaking of which, the eastern profound land is not suitable for cultivation. Ning Qi smiled. That's true. Dongfang Haojie thought about it and nodded in agreement. Just the refining godstone, which was scarce in resources, caused experts above the Do Zun class in the Dongxian land to be naturally weaker. A Do Zun of the same class could not even compare to the Withered Bones Forbidden Land, much less the Ling Wu continent. They're not far from us. Ning Qi sensed something in his heart. After all, Limacho was summoned from the dragon-slaying maul. When the two of them were close to each other, there would be a faint connection. However, this reaction was only one way. Limacho could not sense Ning Qi's presence. Hey! Stop bothering Sister Macho. She belongs to my young master. Little Yu Er's angry voice came from the crowd a short distance away. That's right, that's right. Macho belongs to my young master. Zhuoling Er agreed. Oh, there's trouble again? Ning Qi brought Dongfang Haojie along as he barged through the crowd. He immediately saw Limacho and the others. However, Old Master Ning, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Xian Che were not here. Only Limacho, Zhuoling Er, and Little Yu Er were in the crowd. At this moment, a young man was looking at Limacho with deep emotions. Miss, I am the young master of the Golden Dragon Gang, Jean Lin. I have reached the Do Zun class at such a young age. My talent is naturally top class. If you are willing to marry me, I swear that I will treat you well in the future. With your talent, breaking through to the Do Zun class under my gang leader is just around the corner. Limacho looked at Jean Lin indifferently. I'm sorry, I have no intention of finding a partner for now. Please move aside and let us pass. Oh, Jean Lin was silent for a moment. He did not seem to be angry at Limacho's rejection. Instead, he slowly looked at Little Yu Er and Zhuoling Er. These two are your younger sisters? How about this? I see that you don't look like locals. Why don't you come to my Golden Dragon Gang as guests? I can do my best as a host. What do you think? I refuse. Limacho said indifferently. How dare you? I gave you face but you don't want it? A mere Do Huang dares to put on airs in front of the young master? In an instant, the expressions of the surrounding onlookers changed. They were all members of the Golden Dragon Gang. You want to fight? Limacho frowned slightly. Her palm, which no one could see, emitted a faint black light. This was the treasure of the 5 Poison Divine sect, the Heaven Worm Gu. Back then, when Ning Xiandong first met Ning Qi, he used it to restrain Ning Qi. Even a Do Zun would have difficulty escaping. It's over. Since Jean Lin has taken a fancy to these three young ladies, there is no reason for them to escape. Ever since the news of Ma Xing Wang's marriage proposal was spread, Jean Lin seems to have given up on himself. He no longer pursues 13th Mississippi. But to kidnap people on the street is too much. At this moment, Grandfather Ning and the others had just bought a batch of pills and were preparing to find Li Macho and the other two ladies. However, they discovered that this place was surrounded by people and heard the gossip of the passers-by. Everyone's expression immediately changed. "Hey, what do you want?" Duan Ingjuan's face revealed a trace of anxiety. "Is it your family that has come? Let them come in." Jean Lin faintly smiled. He swept a glance towards Ning Leoi's direction. The Golden Dragon Gang's people who had surrounded this place immediately made way for them. Ning Leoi and Ning Xiandong led the crowd to Li Macho's side. Seeing that the three ladies were temporarily fine, everyone could not help but sigh in relief. "This young master, we have passed by your place and have never offended anyone. If there is any misunderstanding, this old man will apologize on your behalf." Grandfather Ning cupped his hands toward Jean Lin and smiled. A trace of fear flashed deep within his eyes. The other party's aura was very thick and the pressure he gave everyone was even stronger than a dozong. He was at least a dozun. Jean Lin smiled. "Old man, I only saw this young lady as an old friend at first sight. How about this, everyone can come to my Golden Dragon Gang and have a chat." Saying this, he signaled his subordinates with his eyes. Immediately, the members of the Golden Dragon Gang surrounded everyone with covetous eyes. From the way Jean Lin glanced at little Yuer and Zuoling, from time to time, Ning Qi could determine that his real target was the two young ladies and not Li Macho. "Take them away." Jean Lin suddenly swept his gaze into the distance. His expression was somewhat anxious as he shouted at his subordinate. "Jean Lin, you are really becoming more and more regressive. How can you do something like kidnapping people on the street? To think that you are the young master of the Golden Dragon Gang, one of the three big gangs of Green Ox City. What a disgrace." Chapter 826. Abolish one's cultivation, young master. Little Yuer and Zuoling looked at Ning Qi in surprise. They immediately jumped from Li Macho's arms to Ning Qi's body and hung on him like two koalas. "It's fine now." Old Master Ning and Ning Xiandong looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior brother, teach this guy a lesson. He actually wants to rob a girl on the street." Duan Ingjun glanced at Jean Lin and laughed sinisterly. "It's you." When Jean Lin saw Ning Qi, his expression suddenly changed. He was shocked and angry. He didn't think that the person he fancied was actually related to Ning Qi. "Don't be so arrogant. This is Azure Ox City, not Zishu City. I know you were the one who blew up the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion already knows about this. Coincidentally, Sage King Ma is here today. Just wait to be killed." Jean Lin stared at Ning Qi and laughed sinisterly. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was one of the more important vassal sects under the Azure Tharch sacred ground. Jean Lin's words were not baseless. "Jean Lin, you just kidnapped a woman, and now you're trying to frame me? Which eye of yours saw that I was the one who blew up the Treasure Pavilion? What a joke." Ning Qi chuckled. "Young master, this guy is so arrogant. Let us help you take him down." The members of the Golden Dragon Gang glared at Ning Qi. "Don't act rashly." Jean Lin transmitted his voice to warn his subordinate. His heart was still very afraid of Ning Qi. Back then, Ning Qi had suppressed the few Dozuns from the Shiman clan with a wave of his hand in the Seven Mysterious Gang. Jean Lin had personally witnessed Ning Qi's strength. With Ning Qi's strength, even 10 of him would not be a match for the other party. How could he vent his anger? He could only use the opportunity of Saint King Ma's visit to Green Ox City to kill him with a borrowed knife. Sage King Ma will be the judge of who is right and who is wrong. Jin Lin looked at Ning Qi mockingly, then bowed to the people behind Ning Qi and said, "Greetings, Uncle Su, Sage King Ma." Just now, he had noticed Su Lingfeng and the others flying over, so he anxiously ordered his subordinates to bring Li Macho and the others away as soon as possible. Since Ning Qi had jumped out, Jin Linner's plan had to change. Everyone looked behind them and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air as they bowed. "Uncle Su? Su Qingqing's father, Su Lingfeng?" Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he looked behind him. He saw 3 figures flying through the air. Of the 2 people in front, one was the city lord of Green Ox City, Su Lingfeng, and the other was one of the 72 Saint Kings of the Azure Tharch Sacred Ground, Ma Yuanxing, Saint King Ma. Behind them was a familiar face, Su Qingqing. When she saw Ning Qi, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. "Why have you gathered here?" Su Lingfeng said calmly. "Uncle Su, I've caught the thief who destroyed the treasure-gathering pavilion in a day." Jin Lin cupped his hands and said, "Oh." Ma Yuanxing frowned slightly. A third-rate sect like the treasure pavilion did not matter to him at all. If it was the 10,000 treasure pavilion, his attitude would be completely different. He had also heard that Azure Ox City's treasure pavilion had encountered a powerful enemy and was directly destroyed. He had been searching for the culprit all this time. Could it be that the culprit was still hiding in Azure Ox City? Isn't this too audacious? "Who?" Su Lingfeng frowned. "That's him." Jin Lin pointed at Ning Qi and said, "It's him." The Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon Battle Hall's Purple Cloud Hanjan was also killed by a technique that is comparable to a battle sage's attack. This person? Su Lingfeng and Ma Yuanxing looked at Ning Qi in unison. Su Lingfeng was merely a 1-star Dodi. His eyes were nothing special to Ning Qi. However, Ma Yuanxing was different. He was an experienced 7-star Dodi. His eyes caused an extremely dangerous feeling to surge from deep within Ning Qi's heart. Venerable Ning and the others could not help but look at Ning Qi and laugh bitterly in their hearts. It was obvious that Ning Qi had many enemies in the Lingwu mainland. Jin Lin don't falsely accuse others. Su Qingqing snorted disdainfully and pulled Su Lingfeng's arm. "Father, he is the young master I told you about. It's him." A smile immediately hung on Su Lingfeng's face. "Qingqing, you know this person?" Ma Yuanxing looked at Su Qingqing with a smile. "Sage King Ma, he is a good friend of mine. He is definitely not the kind of person Jin Lin says he is. Instead, Jin Lin's character is questionable. He has a grudge with young Master Beixian, and I'm afraid he is trying to get someone else to do his dirty work." Su Qingqing smiled. "Qingqing, you." Jin Lin looked at Su Qingqing in disbelief. She had clearly seen Ning Qi's methods before. It was clearly him. Why was she defending Ning Beixian? Su Qingqing glanced at Jin Lin coldly, and a look of disdain flashed in her eyes. A lowly person wanted to get close to her? If not for Ning Beixian, she did not know how long it would take for her 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline to grow 6 tails. Forget about blowing up a treasure pavilion and killing 1 purple cloud Hanjan. Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, Su Qingqing would still protect Ning Qi today. Get someone else to do his dirty work? Ma Yuanxing looked at Jin Lin coldly. "Do you think I am so easy to fool? Sage King Ma, please believe me, he is indeed the murderer." Jin Lin's face was filled with fear. The members of the Golden Dragon Gang also felt that something was wrong, and their bodies trembled in fear. "Lingfeng, since this is Green Ox City, it is not appropriate for me to meddle in other people's business. I will leave this matter to you." Sage King Ma smiled and said, "All right." Su Lingfeng nodded and looked at Jin Lin coldly. He directly pointed his finger, and Jin Lin's dantian instantly shattered. "Uncle Su?" Jin Lin looked at Su Lingfeng in disbelief. This uncle, who had previously praised him for being young and promising, actually destroyed his cultivation without any hesitation? At this moment, the leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, Jin Longxiang, also received the news and quickly rushed over. When he saw that his son's cultivation was destroyed, his eyes immediately turned red. Looking at Su Lingfeng and Ma Yuanxing, who were high up in the air, he swallowed his anger and cupped his hands at the two of them. City Lord, Sage King Ma, I did not teach my son well. Please forgive me. Today, for the sake of our past relationship, I will spare his life. Take him away. Su Lingfeng said indifferently. Yes. Jin Longxiang immediately grabbed Jin Lin and flew away. The remaining members of the Golden Dragon Gang turned around and fled in terror. When Jin Lin was being taken away, he turned his head and glanced at Ning Qi with an incomparably resentful gaze. I will find an opportunity to get rid of him, and also destroy the Golden Dragon Gang. Because of Jin Lin's gaze, Ning Qi had already made a decision, and Ma Yuanxing's gaze suddenly focused on the two little ones. When Ning Qi saw this scene, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Ma Yuanxing opened his mouth and said, Who are these two little guys to you? They are my disciples. Ning Qi smiled and said, Disciples. Chapter 8:27. Su Ori. Ning Qi noticed a trace of sadness on Su Qingqing's face. It was like a flash of lightning, but when he looked carefully, he couldn't see anything. It was like an illusion. Su Lingfeng smiled at Ma Yuanxing. Then it's settled. This king will be leaving first. Ma Yuanxing nodded with a smile, glanced at little Yuer Anzhuo Ling and then directly soared into the sky. When Su Lingfeng saw this, he turned his gaze to Ning Qi. Little brother, do you want to come to my city lord manor? The passers-by nearby sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Who was this kid to be personally invited by City Lord Su? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands and said with a faint smile, Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Dongfang, by a courtyard here. Since you want to live in the Ling Wu continent, you must have an identity. The position of the War God Shrine cannot be easily revealed. In the future, you can temporarily live in Green Ox City. Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Dongfang Haojie nodded. As for why he didn't let Dongfang Haojie take Old Master Ning and the others back to the War God Temple first, Ning Qi had a hunch that Ma Yuanxing's gaze just now wasn't simple. However, the other party seemed to be a little wary of Su Lingfeng. Therefore, with his relationship with Su Qingqing, it was best to settle the Ning family in Azure Ox City for now. Ning Qi carried little Yuer Anzhuo Ling as he followed Su Qingqing and Su Lingfeng. They soared through the air and flew towards the floating island above Azure Ox City. When they were about to reach the island, Su Lingfeng lightly waved his hand, and a faint golden barrier flashed in the air. Everyone successfully landed on the island. Because the two of them also possessed the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline, they were naturally attracted to Su Qingqing. It didn't take long before the three of them became friends. The two of them kept calling her big sister Qing, causing Su Qingqing to laugh happily. The city governor's mansion was located at the highest point of the floating island. Patrolling guards could be seen along the way. Even the weakest among them was a Do Zun. As for Doshings, they belonged to the upper echelons of the continent. Naturally, they did not need to show their faces in public. Ning Qi guessed that Su Lingfeng had at least 3 to 4 Doshings under him. They should all be in retreat. City Lord Palace. Su Lingfeng glanced at the two and said, Child Beixian, the bloodline of your two disciples isn't simple. They seem to be from the same origin as my daughter. What? Little Yuer and Zhuoling, have the same bloodline as me? Su Qingqing was shocked. City Lord Su's eyes are as sharp as a torch. The bloodline of the second young one is indeed the same as Miss Su's. They are both of the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. Ning Qi admitted it openly. Sage King Ma also realized that if they weren't your disciples, he would have brought them back to the Azure Supreme Arch sacred ground right in front of me. Su Lingfeng laughed. We're not going. We want to stay with the young master. The two kids immediately made their stance clear. Ah, Yea Lingling, I didn't expect us to be a family. Su Qingqing pinched the little cheeks happily. Young Master Beixian, I would like to thank you on behalf of my daughter. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take for her to awaken her bloodline. Su Lingfeng cupped his hands and smiled at Ning Qi. City Lord is too polite. Ning Qi smiled. This was just a transaction. There was no help involved. Of course, if Ning Qi didn't like someone, he wouldn't be able to buy the most inferior ancient bloodline, no matter how much money he spent. I wonder how much ancient demon blood essence does young Master Beixian have? Su Lingfeng asked after some hesitation. There's not much left. Ning Qi said ambiguously. How about this? My daughter's bloodline still needs a lot of ancient demon blood essence to reach the level of 9 tails. Why don't you stay in Azure Ox City for a while? After a while, a batch of refining divine stones will be sent to the City Lord Mansion. Then you can buy the blood essence from me. What do you think? Su Lingfeng smiled. Su Qingqing seemed to think of something when she heard this. Her face suddenly lit up. If I can condense my bloodline to the peak before that guy breaks through to the Saint Realm and grow 9 tails, I can completely reject this marriage and not bring any trouble to my father. Thinking of this, Su Qingqing eagerly looked at Ning Qi. No problem. Ning Qi smiled. When Su Lingfeng heard this, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and chatted with Ning Qi for half a day before Ning Qi prepared to leave. When they were about to leave the City Lord Hall, Su Lingfeng suddenly said meaningfully, with Sage King Ma's status, although he wouldn't do something like snatching a disciple by force, if Master died, then the disciple would naturally become a masterless object. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord Su. Ning Qi brought his fists together with a solemn expression. Take care. Su Lingfeng nodded. Father, I'll send young Master Beixian off. Su Qingqing said. By the way, Miss Su, is third senior brother still in Zishu City? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Of course, third senior brother was afraid that you wouldn't be able to find him, so he's been staying in the Seven Mysteries sect. After you left, the Violet Cloud Ancient Dragon came looking for revenge, but third senior brother defeated it. Su Qingqing smiled. Thank you. Ning Qi nodded emotionally. Don't mention it, young Master Beixian. To be honest, my future happiness depends on you. Su Qingqing said. What do you mean? Ning Qi was startled. Following this, Su Qingqing explained how she had no intention of marrying Ma Yuanqing's grandson. Oh, so as long as Miss Su's 9-tailed Skyfox bloodline reaches the peak and grows 9 tails, you'll be able to reject the marriage? Don't worry, it's very simple. Ning Qi comforted her with a smile. Junior sister, who is he? A figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. It was a middle-aged man staring coldly at Ning Qi and harumphed at Su Qingqing. First senior brother. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue with a hint of fear on her face. Young Master Beixian, this guy is my father's first disciple, Su Iori. I believe he heard what you just said. Be careful, he's very ambitious. Even though he has been cultivating under my father's guidance, he has been trying to enter the sacred ground of the Azure Monarch sacred ground. I suspect that he's the one who told Ma Yuanqing about the marriage proposal. Su Qingqing's voice appeared in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi brought his fists together with a smile and said, I'm Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian? Humph, never heard of you. Su Iori sized up Ning Qi coldly and revealed a look of disdain. A mere 3-star Do Zun dares to shamelessly ask junior sister to cancel the marriage? I see that you're not young anymore. Why are you only a 3-star Do Xing? Ning Qi looked at Su Iori and smiled. There was not a trace of fear on his face. Ningqi could see through Su Ori's cultivation with a glance. Even though the spirit of a Doxing from the Lingwu mainland was not as weak as that of a Dongxian cultivator, Ningqi was confident that he would not be weaker than Su Ori if he used all his strength. Chapter 828. Kill with a borrowed knife not young? A mere 3-star Doxing? A mere 3-star Doxing? Ningqi's words were like a knife stabbing into Su Ori's sore spot. He immediately flew into a rage and wanted to suppress Ningqi on the spot. Su Qingqing hurriedly said, "Eldest senior, he was invited back by father as a guest. Don't be rash." Invited back by master? Su Ori suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth at Ningqi. Even if he is a guest invited back by master, how dare he insult me like this? Eldest senior, let's forget about the misunderstanding. I am going to send him off. That's all. With a few words, Su Qingqing dragged Ningqi and the two children out of the mansion. Su Ori coldly watched Ningqi's back as a stern look flashed across his eyes. Little Junior's bloodline has become several times stronger recently. I'm afraid it has something to do with this kid. Although Ma Xingwang has taken a liking to Little Junior because of this, if her bloodline were to increase a few more times, I'm afraid this marriage will fall through and Ma Xingwang's promise to me will not come true. No. I definitely can't let this kid block my way. Thinking of this, Su Ori evilly laughed and left. Not long after, he ordered his disciples to investigate Ningqi's background. Hearing that Ningqi had a grudge against the Golden Dragon Gang and caused Jin Lin Er's cultivation to be crippled, Su Ori immediately thought of a plan. At the Golden Dragon Gang, Jin Longxiang placed his hands on Jin Lin Er's back. Their bodies immediately emitted waves of golden light. A moment later, the golden light disappeared. Jin Longxiang's face was extremely ugly. Su Lingfeng, you old fool, you are so merciless. You shattered Lin Er's dantian to such an extent that even I cannot repair it. Jin Longxiang was filled with resentment. He was a 1-star Doxing. He naturally had a way to repair an ordinary shattered dantian. However, his son Jin Lin Er's dantian had been shattered like powder. If he did not have a rare treasure, he would be completely helpless given his strength. Father, is it not possible? Jin Lin looked at Jin Longxiang with a pale face. Child, don't worry. I will definitely repair your dantian. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely avenge you. Jin Longxiang coldly said. Haha, avenge? With your strength, how can you be a match for my master? A voice came from the corner of the room. Jin Longxiang felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the top of his skull. His face turned ugly as he looked to the corner and exclaimed, Su Ori. Why was he here? Did he hear everything I said just now? Could it be that Su Lingfeng, that old man, sent this man to eradicate my Golden Dragon Gang? Thinking of this, Jin Longxiang's heart suddenly surged with a trace of despair. Jin Lin Er's expression wasn't any better than Jin Longxiang's. He stared at Su Ori in fear. Even though his cultivation had been crippled, Jin Lin still didn't want to die so early. Are you surprised? Su Ori smiled faintly and sat down at the table. Seeing this, Jin Longxiang let out a sigh of relief. It seems like Su Ori isn't here to kill him. Then, what is his purpose here? Jin Longxiang frowned. Su Ori, what are you doing here? Su Ori laughed. Of course I have something to discuss with you. Are you here to drink tea? You have something to discuss with me? Jin Longxiang squinted his eyes. Let your kid leave first. Su Ori calmly said. Lin leave first. Jin Longxiang looked at Jin Lin. Yes, father. Jin Lin had wanted to leave for a long time. He was afraid that Su Ori would suddenly kill him. After Jin Lin left, Jin Longxiang calmly looked at Su Ori. Tell me, what is it that made you sneak into my place? Your only bloodline was crippled. Don't you want revenge? Su Aori smiled faintly. Revenge? What are you talking about? Why would I want revenge? City Lord Su crippled Lin Er's cultivation. It's a good thing, it's completely reasonable. Jin Longxiang gritted his teeth and said, Haha, you don't have to worry. I'm not asking you to seek revenge on my master. Even if you want to seek revenge on him, you should at least wait until I become the city lord. Now, we are talking about another matter. Su Aori laughed wildly. He paused for a moment, ignoring Jin Longxiang's shocked expression, and continued, I already know that Ning Beixian was the one who crippled Jin Lin Er's cultivation. If it wasn't for him, your son wouldn't have ended up like this. He is the real culprit. Ning Beixian. Su Aori, are you trying to kill me with a borrowed knife? Jin Longxiang sneered. However, he had to admit that Su Aori was not lying. Ning Qi was the main reason why Jin Lin Er's cultivation was crippled. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Leader Jin, if you do nothing, how will Ba Hongdong of the Dajiang Gang and Lu Sang of the Black Tiger Gang look at you? I'm afraid your Golden Dragon Gang's reputation in Azure Ox City will plummet. Su Aori proudly smiled. What do I get from killing this kid? Jin Longxiang sneered. I heard that he is a good friend of Su Qingqing and was invited by City Lord Su as a guest. Don't worry, my master will not fall out with you for a mere dozun. No matter what, you are still a one-star Doxing. How many Doxings are there in Azure Ox City? If you kill this kid, you will gain my friendship. In the future, when I become the city lord, there will only be one faction in Azure Ox City, and that is the Golden Dragon Gang. Think about it yourself. Su Aori smiled, stood up, and left. Su Aori did not hide his ambition to become the city lord. I'm afraid he has something to rely on. Rumor has it that he is related to many elders of the Azure Emperor Holy Ground. Could it be that his backer is the Azure Emperor Holy Ground? Jin Longxiang's eyes narrowed as he thought of this. After a moment of consideration, he came to a conclusion. Killing Ning Qi would not affect him in any way. Therefore, he must kill the culprit who crippled Jin Lin Er's cultivation. Otherwise, he would not be able to quench the hatred in his heart. The courtyard that Dongfang Haojie bought was very large. There were dozens of rooms and 4 to 5 courtyards. It was almost the same size as the Qin Tang Empire's Champion Marquis Mansion. When Ning Qi returned with the 2 children, Venerable Ning and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, haha, I didn't expect you to recognize City Lord Su. I heard that he is already a Do Di. Duan Ingjun said with a smile when he saw Ning Qi. Duan Feifei looked at Ning Qi with a trace of worship in her eyes. Ning Qi, who was originally an outer disciple, had now grown into a frightening existence that was related to a Do Di. The high and mighty Do Zun had his cultivation crippled because of one sentence. He was no different from a stray dog on the street. Chapter 829. Peak Do Zun. They said that it's rare for them to come to the Ling Wu continent, so they want to wander around and search for opportunities. Old Master Ning smiled. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. There are Do Zuns everywhere here, and Do Zongs are like dogs. No matter what happens, they will suffer a huge setback. Ning Xiandong was obviously disdainful of the three's decision. Ning Qi did not plan to pursue this issue further. Everyone had their own thoughts, this was normal. Su Lingfeng's God-refining stone had not arrived yet. Ning Qi bought a few days of high-level monster-killing training grounds and continued his leveling up. When he appeared again, his cultivation had already broken through to a 4-star Do Zun. What surprised him was that the God-refining stone, which he thought would take a while, was personally delivered by Su Qingqing in a few days. How much? Ning Qi took the interspatial ring and asked casually. Su Qingqing laughed. See for yourself. Ning Qi glanced at it and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. The God refining stone inside was of a standard size. One was equivalent to 10,000 dragon slaying coins. There were over 100,000 of them. What did this mean? This represented 1 billion dragon slaying coins. This meant that these God-refining stone were enough for him to cultivate his divine soul to the limit of the first grade. There was still plenty left. The sect could level up. The bloodline of the old master and the others had also been settled. Many of the goods that Ning Qi had coveted in the dragon-slaying mall but did not have the money to buy could now be bought. Ning Qi felt the joy of becoming rich overnight. Isn't it just God-refining stone? What's there to be excited about? With so many God-refining stone, even if you refine them, it would take you a few thousand years. Su Qingqing was a little doubtful. It was normal for her to be doubtful. If she knew that Ning Qi was a first-grade divine soul and had the ancient spirit refinement technique, the speed at which he absorbed the God-refining stone was frighteningly fast, she would not have such doubts. Miss Su, wait a moment, Ning Qi said with a smile. After that, he first sold 10,000 low-grade God-refining stone to the system. The balance of the dragon-slaying coins immediately soared to 100 million. Then, he used the Dragon Slayer coins to buy more than 200 blood essences of various ancient demon races. He placed them in his universe ring and handed them to Su Qingqing. Miss Su, there are more than 200 blood essences of various ancient demon races. What? Su Qingqing was even more shocked than when Ning Qi saw so many God-refining stones. She originally thought that 100,000 refining God stones would at most be enough to buy 60 to 70 drops of blood essence. Who would have thought that Ning Qi would directly give her more than 200? Why so many? Su Qingqing frowned. Miss Su, you also know that little Yura and Zuoling also possess the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline, so I want you to teach them how to swallow blood essence to condense the density of their bloodline. Ning Qi smiled. Su Qingqing would have directly refused this request if she hadn't seen the 200-plus drops of blood essence. However, she hesitated now, and she nodded after a short while. All right. After the transaction was completed, both sides were delighted. Su Qingqing said that she would first return to the city lord's mansion and consume the blood essence before coming back to teach the two women. Ning Qi naturally had no objections. He was also very busy right now. With these God-refining stones, Ning Qi would be able to raise his cultivation like crazy. In the following period of time, Ning Qi continuously shuttled between the low-class training ground and the high-class monster-killing training ground. His cultivation soared wildly from a 4-star dozun. His divine soul also expanded from 3,000 zhang. His strength had increased exponentially. Grandfather Ning and the rest felt that it was strange. They could only occasionally see Ning Qi. High-class monster-killing training ground. When Ning Qi battled a mid-tier grade 9 dragon race and killed it, the pleasant sound of the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the peak of the dozun class. I am finally at the peak of the dozun class. Ning Qi smiled and glanced at the 9,000 zhang tall Titan divine soul behind him. With his current strength, a dragon that was equivalent to a 4-star Doxing would not be able to last long in his hands. He could kill it at will. If Su Aori came to provoke him again, Ning Qi did not mind teaching him a lesson. The advancement mission should be out by now, right? Ning Qi smiled. Ding. If the host wishes to break through to the Doxing class, please complete the advancement mission. Please click on the details of the mission. Please raise the Titan Divine Soul to the King grade within 3 years. The reward for completing the mission is to break through to the Doxing class. Failing the mission will cause the host's Divine Soul to fall by 1 grade. Raise the grade of the Divine Soul? King grade? Failing the mission will cause the Divine Soul to fall by 1 grade? Ning Qi's expression became serious. However, with 3 years of buffer time, the system did not kill him. Ningqi then left the monster-killing training ground and came to the low-class cultivation training ground. The Titan Divine Soul only needed one last refinement to reach the peak of the first grade. The further he went, the slower the Titan Divine Soul condensed. The amount of God refining stones he needed also increased. Ningqi thought he would only need to spend about 70,000 God refining stones, but in the end, he spent more than 80,000. Of the 100,000 God refining stones that Su Qingqing gave him, there were less than 10,000 left. The remaining 10,000 had already been converted into Dragon Slayer coins. But it's all worth it. Ningqi looked at the divine soul of the Titan that was 10,000 feet tall, and a faint smile appeared on his face. System, I want to purchase the high-grade bloodline of the Titan Divine Soul. It was only 50 million Dragon Slayer coins. It was only a quarter of Ningqi's current savings. Warning, the host does not have the authority to purchase the high-grade bloodline of the Titan Divine Soul. Please advance to the Dosheng class. There's such a restriction? Ningqi frowned. Then, with a thought, he left the low-level training ground. Young Master Beixian, you were in the house the whole time? Su Qingqing looked at Ningqi walking out of the house in shock. She remembered that she had used her divine soul to search but could not find any trace of Ningqi. That's right, Miss Su. Congratulations. Ningqi looked at Su Qingqing with a smile. His current divine soul was very terrifying. He could see through Su Qingqing with a glance. Young Master Beixian, you realized it too? Look. Su Qingqing's face was full of joy. 9 tails suddenly grew out from her back. 9-tailed Skyfox. This is the perfect 9-tailed Skyfox bloodline. It's all thanks to young Master Beixian's ancient demon race blood essence. Sister Qing, you're amazing. We only have 3 tails. Little Yuren Zuoling ran over with envious expressions. Alright, you will soon be like Sister Qing and have 9 tails. Su Qingqing carried the 2 children and said happily. She knew that if Ningqi could take out more than 200 demon race blood essence without hesitation, the amount of demon race blood essence in his possession would be shocking. Otherwise, he would not have specially asked her to teach the 2 children how to swallow and absorb demon race blood essence to increase the purity of their bloodline. Really? That's great. Young Master, is what Sister Qing said true? The 2 children suddenly looked at Ningqi with their big eyes. Of course it's true. Follow me into the house. Chapter 830. The death of Jin Longxiang. The 9-tailed fox bloodline was divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. Su Qingqing thought she had reached the limit of her bloodline. After all, the 9-tailed fox bloodline had 9 tails. However, that was only the highest level of the 9-tailed fox bloodline. It wasn't that easy to obtain a top-level bloodline. She whispered in little Yuren Zuoling ears with her back facing Ningqi. The 2 nodded in realization. Sister Qing, we understand. Alright, Prince Beixian, you can give me the monster blood essence now. Su Qingqing smiled at Ningqi. Ningqi shrugged his shoulders and took out 2 drops of blood essence from the mighty Titan descendants. Not long after the 2 of them consumed it, the 9-tailed celestial fox's bloodline gradually thickened and condensed. More tails grew behind their buttocks. After swallowing hundreds of blood essences, the 2's bloodline reached the advanced level, just like Su Qingqing's. The cost of the blood essences was only 10 to 20 million dragon-slaying coins, which was more than 10 million compared to buying a high-grade bloodline. The cultivation method they practice is quite strange. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary heaven-class cultivation method. Su Qingqing looked at Ningqi with a half-smile. The 2 were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, stabilizing their bloodline aura. Ha! Ningqi chuckled and didn't answer her. The 2 had the 9 yin and 9 yang mantras. When the 2 cultivation methods were combined, they formed the ancient yin-yang temple's cultivation method, the yin-yang 9 realms. However, Ning Chi preferred to call it Tai Chi because every time they practiced, the yin-yang fish would appear. Today, the two little ones' nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline had reached a high level. Their cultivation speed would soar again. As long as they had an endless supply of spiritual crystals, it was estimated that they would be able to break through to the peak of the Dozong realm within half a year. There was also hope for them to reach the Dozun realm. Azure Ox City, City Lord's Mansion. Master, I heard that Ma Minrong has become a saint. Can we prepare for junior sister's marriage? Su Aori cupped his hands at Su Lingfeng. There's no rush. Su Lingfeng smiled. Master, we have to prepare something first. We won't be rude when the other party comes. Su Aori said. Eldest senior brother, why don't you marry him for me? Su Qingqing's voice sounded behind him. Su Ori turned around to look at her and smiled. How can eldest senior brother marry you? Hee. Su Qingqing sneered, looked at Su Lingfeng and said, Father, I don't intend to marry Ma Minrong. What? Little junior sister, how can we go back on our engagement? Su Aori's expression turned ugly. Why? Su Lingfeng looked at Su Qingqing indifferently. Because Ma Minrong doesn't deserve me. Su Qingqing smiled faintly. Su Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Su Qingqing. He said with some surprise, Did you successfully absorb all the essence blood? Yes. Su Qingqing smiled, and 9 tails suddenly extended from her back. At this moment, her body emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Su Aori stared blankly at Su Qingqing in a daze. All right. With your current aptitude, Ma Minrong is indeed not worthy of you. This marriage can be cancelled. Su Lingfeng let out a hearty laugh. It was hard to say if Ma Minrong could become a martial emperor, but he knew that his daughter would definitely become a martial emperor. In this case, Ma Minrong was not worthy of her. Even if the marriage was cancelled, Ma Yuanxing would not be able to say anything. Damn it, Su Aori lowered his head. The flames of anger in his heart eventually turned into a face. Ning Beixian. That useless Jin Longxiang still hasn't made his move? As soon as he left the hall, Su Aori immediately sent a message to Ma Yuanxing. He knew that Ma Yuanxing would never fulfill his promise. Instead, he was now in a disadvantageous position. Su Aori had never hated someone who wasn't even a martial saint so much. After sending the message to Ma Yuanxing, he sent a message to Jin Longxiang, urging him to make his move quickly. Late at night, while everyone was sleeping soundly, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. His spirit instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. After learning of Ning Qi's residence, the corner of his mouth curled up and he let out a cold laugh. In a flash, he appeared outside Ning Qi's house. Assassinating a 3-star Dozun was as easy as crushing an ant to Jin Longxiang. However, he didn't plan to let Ning Qi die quickly today. Instead, he planned to capture Ning Qi alive and bring him to his son to vent his anger. Gang leader Jin, you're in such a good mood. Are you here to tell me a good night story? Ning Qi's voice sounded behind Jin Longxiang. Jin Longxiang was slightly startled. He slowly turned around. Jin Longxiang thought that it was only a coincidence that Ning Qi had discovered him. He looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Since you know my identity, why are you still so calm? What do you have to rely on? If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Ning Qi smiled faintly. After a pause, he said, But this is Green Ox City. If we make too much noise, we might disturb others. Let's go outside the city. All right. Jin Longxiang smiled and nodded. Ning Qi was quite obedient. He had actually suggested going outside the city. This was also good. Su Lingfeng wouldn't discover what was happening here. The two of them were very fast. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they were thousands of miles away from Green Ox City. Gang leader Jin, if the heavens gave you another chance, would you still come and find me today? Ning Qi looked at Jin Longxiang with a faint smile. Jin Longxiang was slightly startled. Ning Qi's attitude had been very calm from the beginning. Could this brat have been scared out of his wits? Thinking of this, Jin Longxiang smiled faintly and said, Ning Beixian, Lin Er's cultivation was crippled by that old man Su Lingfeng because of you. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy today, I will not let you go. But since you are so cooperative, I can let you die a less painful death. Please say that to my divine soul. Ning Qi smiled faintly, and Jin Longxiang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He slowly turned his head, and his body instantly stiffened. He looked at the 1,000-feet-tall divine soul of the Titan god standing quietly behind him in fear. How is this possible? A 10,000-feet-tall spirit? Jin Longxiang's face was filled with shock. Even the strongest chosen of the 3 holy lands only had a spirit of 1,000 feet. What the hell was a 10,000-feet-tall spirit? The Titan spirit didn't care how shocked Jin Longxiang was. Its mountain-sized palm had already fiercely slammed toward him. I'm a Do Xing. You're just a Do Zun. This must be an illusion. Jin Longxiang roared angrily and punched at the Titan's divine soul. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chapter 831. Chapter 831. Hidden Secrets. The leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, Jin Longxiang, was missing. Soon after, someone found Jin Lin Er's corpse hanging on the board of the Golden Dragon Gang's headquarters. As one of the 3 great gangs, the Golden Dragon Gang had fallen apart. Did Jin Longxiang make a move? This question lingered in Su Ori's mind. These days, Ning Qi would visit the city lord's mansion from time to time and chat with Su Qingqing. When Su Aori saw them, he would take a detour. It wasn't that he was afraid of Su Qingqing and Ning Qi, but he didn't want to cause any more trouble before he found out Jin Longxiang's whereabouts. In any case, with Ma Minrong's character, he will definitely bring people to find Master after learning that little junior sister has broken off the engagement. At that time, I will throw the blame on Ning Beixian and let them kill him. Su Aori thought darkly. In the courtyard, Ning Qi searched the Dragon Slayer Mall several times but couldn't find anything that could increase the rank of a spirit. He had no choice but to call out Little Six. A silver light flashed, and a 15 or 16-year-old boy appeared in front of Ning Qi. He looked like he deserved a beating. Didn't you disdain transforming into a human? Ning Qi could tell at a glance that this was Little Six's transformation. Little Six smiled coquettishly and waved the fan in his hand. Little Donkey has come out of seclusion. I have to think of my own safety, so I will not show myself in this form from now on. Then, he glanced at Ning Qi and asked with some surprise, Peak Do Zun? Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Yes. Your cultivation speed really did not disappoint me. How is the condensation of your spirit? Has it reached the limit? Little Six laughed dryly and said, It's also the limit. I called you out today to ask how to increase a grade 1 spirit to king grade? Ning Qi asked. Increase a grade 1 spirit to king grade? There are only a few ways. Little Six frowned. A few ways? Tell me quickly. Ning Qi's face lit up. However, none of these methods are possible for you. Little Six shook his head. The methods that he had mentioned required the cooperation of an expert who had surpassed the Do-Di realm, as well as rare spiritual herbs and elixirs. Only then would there be a 30 to 40% chance of advancing a grade 1 spirit to the king grade. It was different from going from rank 2 to rank 1. Going from rank 1 to king rank was a qualitative change. The strength of one's soul would increase by leaps and bounds. Hence, it was extremely difficult. Is that so? Ning Qi was a little disappointed. Even Little Six said it was so difficult. He really had no clue at all. How about this? Call Ning Zi and the others out. I'll bring them here to establish a force. I'll also help you search for the opportunity for your divine soul to become a king. Little Six said calmly. However, Ning Qi stared at him fiercely. What are you thinking now? Little Six said with a wry smile. As an ancient sky dragon, I obviously need to have guardians by my side. Unfortunately, all my guardians perished the last time I perished. Now, days are passing and I need to leave a way out for myself. Don't worry. With my means, Ningzi and the rest will not be in danger. As for my cultivation level, it might even increase faster than yours. Why didn't you mention it before? Ning Qi asked suspiciously. Back in Dongxian, there were no spirit divine stones. What's the point of mentioning it? Besides, I didn't know that tenacious donkey could escape so quickly. Now that you have used the 9 Skanda divine bell twice, it's only a matter of time before it finds you. Little Six rolled his eyes. No, it's still too dangerous. I can't trust you to act alone. Ning Qi shook his head in rejection. Boss, give me some face. Don't worry. As an ancient sky dragon, how can I not have a trump card? As long as Ningzi and the rest become my guardians, it won't be a problem for them to break through to rank 10. Little Six continued persuading. Break through to rank 10? Can you break through to rank 10 yourself first? Ning Qi sneered. It's not the same. I'm an ancient sky dragon. Even if my strength is only equivalent to a rank 2, you are still not my match. You can't use my rank to measure me. Little Six said unhappily. I'm not your match? Why don't you give it a try? Ning Qi sneered. 10 minutes later. Ning Qi nodded and said, All right, I believe you. Remove the restrictive spell on me first. On his head, face, body, feet, and buttocks, there were talismans condensed from Do Qi. There were more than 100 different types of talismans, directly suppressing him to the point where he couldn't move at all. Little Six waved his hand and the talismans disappeared. Ning Qi moved his shoulders with lingering fear and looked at Little Six. You are so powerful, why did you pretend to not have any strength previously? Tell me the truth, can you beat a Dodi? So what if I'm a Dodi? Little Six sneered. You have to resolve the troubles you encounter yourself. Only then can you grow. Who asked you to form a contract with me? To be honest, since ancient times, there have been hundreds of generations of ancient sky dragons. There has never been a sky dragon that formed a contract with another race. You are the first. Therefore, I hope that you can be stronger. After pausing for a moment, Little Six shrugged his shoulders and said, I am also trying my best to avoid using the power of the law. Otherwise, before 10x and its master can find us, those countless enemies of mine will follow the pattern of my law and break through the void. They will be a little difficult to deal with, do you understand? The power of law? Ning Qi frowned. When you break through to Dodi, you will naturally understand it. Little Six said indifferently. All right, you can train Ningzi and the others on my behalf. But you have to promise me one thing first. Ning Qi said as he rolled his eyes. What is it? There is nothing in this world that I can't do. Little Six said in a heroic manner. Follow me for the next few days. When trouble appears, you can help me resolve it. Ning Qi said with a smile. Then, only once. I really can't use the power of law too often. Little Six hesitated for a moment and nodded. The Azure Dharch sacred ground was formed by dozens of floating mountain ranges. They were hidden in the void and were difficult for ordinary people to find. To mortals, this place was like a paradise on earth. There was no night and it was daytime all year round. On the tallest mountain in the distance, there was an incomparably huge statue of a green lotus. Rumor had it that the founder of the Azure Dharch sacred ground was formed from a lotus. Therefore, the Azure Dharch sacred ground was inclusive. Not only were there human disciples, there were also demonic beast disciples and even a few dragon disciples. Ma Xingwang's third grandson, Ma Minrong, has he broken through to Doxing? Yes, he just broke through some time ago. Ma Shumwang contributed a lot to it. I heard that he found an incredible rare spirit herb for him. Ma Minrong's talent is ordinary. I think Do Xing is the limit of his cultivation. Heh, that's why Ma Xingwang found a marriage for him. The daughter of Azure Ox City's Su Lingfeng, Su Qingqing. I heard that she has the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. If she fuses with Ma Minrong, he will be reborn. Chapter 832. Where was Ning Beixian? Chapter 832. Where was Ning Beixian? A high-spirited young man broke through the air with a smile and landed in front of the men and women. He cupped his hands together and smiled. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters. Junior brother Ma, congratulations. The men and women cupped their hands together and smiled. After Ma Minrong broke through to the Dosheng level, he was automatically promoted from a true disciple to a chosen. His status was the same as theirs. Before this, Ma Minrong had to address them as chosen. He had no right to call them senior brothers or senior sisters. There were millions of disciples in the Azure Dharch sacred land. Most of them were outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Only a few hundred people had the title of chosen. After becoming a chosen, one's authority in the Azure Dharch sacred land would soar. Ordinary true disciples would have to listen to orders. Those who disobeyed would have a miserable fate. I heard that junior brother Ma is going to marry Su Lingfeng's daughter, Su Qingqing? I have seen this woman before. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but her talent is also excellent. Junior brother Ma has just broken through to the Dosheng level, and he is going to marry such a beauty. This is double happiness. An average-looking woman said with a smile. Senior sister Qin Yuan, you must be joking. Ma Minrong revealed a humble smile. Among the hundreds of chosen, Qin Yuan's cultivation was ranked at the top. Ma Minrong had long wanted to befriend her. That was why he had flown over to greet them. Suddenly, a green light flashed. A middle-aged man at the peak of the Do Zun realm flew in front of everyone. He bowed to Qin Yuan and the others before coming to Ma Minrong and saying respectfully in a low voice, "Young master, something has happened." What happened? Ma Minrong frowned slightly. This person was a manservant under his grandfather. He usually did not go out and did some chores in the cave abode that his grandfather cultivated in. At this moment, he rushed over. Obviously, it was his grandfather's order. There is news from Green Ox City. They want to cancel the marriage between young master and Su Qingqing. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. What? Ma Minrong's expression immediately changed. Qin Yuan and the others exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly as they looked at Ma Minrong with a faint smile. Ma Minrong glanced at them and shouted at the middle-aged man, "Do you know why Su Lingfeng wants to cancel the marriage? I heard that the purity of Su Qingqing's nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline suddenly increased, and her aptitude increased by several times. According to Su Lingfeng, the young master is not worthy of Su Qingqing, so he cancelled the engagement." The middle-aged man said. Damn it. Ma Minrong felt humiliated and clenched his fists. Junior Ma, the few of us have nothing to do. Why don't we accompany you to Green Ox City? Ha, a holy son cannot be humiliated. So what if Su Lingfeng has broken through to a one-star Do Di? Any sacred ruler in our Azure Dharch sacred ground could easily crush him. Qin Yuan suddenly laughed. Ma Minrong was slightly stunned. Then, he said to Qin Yuan with some gratitude, "Thank you, senior sister." The group discussed for a while, then flew directly toward Azure Ox City. They were all Do sages, so their speed was very fast. Although the Azure Dharch sacred ground was millions of miles away from Azure Ox City, they arrived in a few days. The few of them hovered in the air above Azure Ox City. Ma Minrong glanced coldly at Azure Ox City, then exchanged a look with Qin Yuan and the others before flying toward the City Lord Mansion. You are. Su Aori appeared in front of them, a trace of doubt flashing across his face. I am Ma Minrong. Ma Minrong said indifferently. So it's young Master Ma. I am Su Aori. Su Aori revealed a trace of surprise. Are these the saints and saintesses of the Azure Dharch sacred ground? Ma Minrong nodded. Both sides introduced themselves. Su Aori had always wanted to enter the Azure Dharch sacred ground. After learning of their identities, he was interested in befriending them. In a few words, he explained why Su Qingqing wanted to cancel the marriage. When he learned that a 3-star dozun called Ning Beixian was involved in this matter, and that the increase in Su Qingqing's bloodline purity had a lot to do with him, Ma Minrong's face immediately turned green. Brother Aori, may I ask what background this person has? Ma Minrong asked coldly. No background. Su Aori shook his head disdainfully. Junior brother Ma, let's go meet City Lord Su first and clarify this matter. After that, we'll find that guy and ask him what his intentions are. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Very well. We'll listen to Senior Sister Chen Yuan. Ma Minrong nodded. Under Su Aori's lead, the group arrived at the City Lord's palace. Not only did they meet Su Lingfeng, but they also met Su Qingqing. Ma Minrong glanced at Su Qingqing, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. This girl actually dared to cancel the marriage. This is unforgivable. I'll definitely make her pay in the future. In Ma Minrong's opinion, Su Qingqing would never be able to escape from his grasp. In order to increase his aptitude, he had to obtain Su Qingqing's body. Master, this is young Master Ma Minrong, this is Chen Yuan, this is Ji Bei, Su Aori introduced with a smile. Su Lingfeng nodded at the group and said, Nephew Ma, you're here today for the marriage between you and my daughter, right? I've already sent a message to your grandfather, Sacred King Ma. City Lord Su, I'd like to know, which part of me is not good enough for Miss Su? Ma Minrong said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He even glanced at Su Qingqing as he spoke, only to see a hint of disgust in Su Qingqing's eyes. The anger in his heart was instantly ignited. It seems like you've misunderstood this matter. It's like this. My daughter has coincidentally obtained a fortuitous encounter recently, and her aptitude has improved. I'm planning to send her to the Cold Song sacred ground to cultivate, so it's not suitable for her to waste her time on romance. If you really like my daughter, you can wait for another opportunity in the future. Su Lingfeng said with a smile. But a marriage is a marriage. If City Lord Su breaks it, how can my grandfather keep his face? Cold Song sacred ground? Ma Minrong frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. City Lord Su, junior brother Ma, is now the sacred son of the Azure Dharch sacred ground. If others find out that the marriage between the sacred son and the sacred son can be broken at will, how will we be able to roam the pugilistic world in the future? Chen Yuan also smiled faintly. What does that have to do with me? If you can't roam the pugilistic world, just stay in the sect. Su Qingqing's eyes flashed with anger, and she couldn't help but speak. Su Lingfeng glanced at her with a smile, then said to Ma Minrong and the others, the matter has been decided. It's not something you can change. Since you've come to my Azure Ox City, stay and be our guest. City Lord Su, Ma Minrong wanted to say more. Su Lingfeng suddenly waved his hand, and everyone felt a strong gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside the City Lord Palace. When they looked inside, Su Lingfeng and Su Qingqing's figures had already disappeared. Well, everyone, why don't you stay here for a few days and slowly discuss this matter? Su Aori smiled awkwardly. Brother Aori, where's that Ning Beixian? Chapter 833. Don't leave if you come after. Ning Qi tempered his divine soul to the limit. He used his surplus Dragon Slayer coins to buy an ancient demon bloodline for everyone. after forefather Ning obtained the ancient demon ox bloodline, his appearance instantly recovered from his 70s to his 30s. Ning Xuandong's was even more exaggerated. Standing next to Ning Qi, their ages were about the same. The two of them could be considered as old trees in the springtime. After obtaining the bloodline of the ancient demon race, their cultivation soared. Ning Xiandong was about to attempt to break through to the Dozun class, while old grandfather Ning naturally soared wildly and became a Dozong. Originally, Ning Qi planned to get an ancient demon clan bloodline for Ning Zi and the others, but he was stopped by Little Six. He mysteriously hid in another yard with Little Z and the others, not showing up even once for a few days. No one knew what he was doing. We planned to return to the War God Hall. Venerable Ning looked at Ning Qi and smiled in relief. After obtaining the ancient demon ox bloodline, his cultivation speed was different from the past. Venerable Ning wanted to make a breakthrough to the Dozun realm as soon as possible. Macho, what about you? Ning Qi looked at Li Macho. Li Macho's cultivation was currently a 1-star Dozong. She smiled and said, "The training room of the War God Hall's outer disciples can increase their cultivation speed. I will also go with them. Then I will see you out." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Green Ox City was not far from the War God Hall. It only took Ning Qi one morning to go back and forth. When he returned to the yard, he found Dongfang Haojie confronting a few people. "Call Ning Beixian out. Don't be a coward." Su Aori coldly looked at Dongfang Haojie. A 1-star Dozun was no different from an ant in his eyes. Dongfang Haojie glanced at Su Ori and Ma Minrong and smiled. "Brother Ning went out. I'm afraid you will have to wait a while to find him." "Went out? Did he hear that we were coming and hide?" Ji Bei sneered. "Hide? Are you here to cause trouble?" Dongfang Haojie was slightly startled. "I'm not looking for trouble, but there is one thing I want to know." Ma Minrong said coldly. "Why are you looking for me?" Ning Qi walked to Dongfang Haojie's side and looked at Su Ori and the others. "You are Ning Beixian?" Ma Minrong looked at Ning Qi coldly and suddenly frowned slightly. He realized that he couldn't see through Ning Qi's cultivation. How was this possible? Didn't Su Ori say that he was only a 3-star Dozun? Right now, Ning Qi's Titan Divine Soul was more than 10,000 feet tall. It was many times thicker than Ma Minrong's Divine Soul. It would be strange if he could see through Ning Qi's cultivation. Chen Yuan and the others looked at each other. They felt that Ning Qi was a little strange, but they could not tell what was strange about him. At least Su Ori didn't say that he had no background. It was impossible for an itinerant cultivator to have such a bearing. "Yes, I'm Ning Beixian. What can I do for you?" Ning Qi said lightly. "Brother Ning, be careful. These guys don't seem to be easy to deal with." Dongfang Haojie transmitted his voice. Ning Qi nodded slightly and comforted him through voice transmission. As for these guys in front of him, Ning Qi really did not take them seriously. The density of Su Qingqing's bloodline is several times thicker. "Is this your doing?" Ma Minrong said coldly. "Doing? Haha, I did play a big role in this matter, but it was clearly a good thing. Why did it sound like I was doing something?" Ning Qi sneered. "It's really you. What relationship do you have with Su Qingqing?" Ma Minrong's hair moved without any wind. When Chen Yuan saw this, he suddenly waved his hand and set up a forbidden technique nearby. Those who passed by only felt their vision blur and could no longer see their figures. Some experts were secretly shocked. It was obvious that this was because of the forbidden technique. A person who could casually set up a forbidden technique was at least an existence of the Doxing realm. A trace of curiosity flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. Dongfang Haojie was also very surprised, because after Chen Yuan laid down this restrictive technique, the surrounding area, aside from his house, had become a desolate and uninhabited land. The rows of buildings that originally stood side by side in Green Ox City had all disappeared. What relationship do I have with Su Qingqing have with me? If you're done asking, please leave. Ningqi said coldly. How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Ma Minrong's face. Yu Ningqi looked at Ma Minrong with a faint smile and said, Ma Yuanqing's grandson, Ma Minrong, the new holy son of the Azure Arch sacred ground, right? You came here today because Miss Su tore up the engagement with you. You can't do anything to City Lord Su, so you came to find me to vent your anger? How did this brat know our identities? Everyone immediately looked at Su Aori. Su Aori hurriedly transmitted his voice. I did not reveal your identities. After saying that, his expression became somewhat ugly. It was obvious that Ningqi was not as he thought, someone without a background. Otherwise, he would not have been able to know the identities of Ma Minrong and the others so quickly. You know that Su Qingqing is my fiancé, yet you still dare to obstruct us. Today, I don't care what background you have, you're dead. Ma Minrong was furious. Suddenly, a giant ape with 8 arms appeared behind him. It was 250 meters tall. This is Junior Brother Ma's 7th grade divine soul, the 8-armed divine ape. The rumors are true. Junior Brother Ma has the bloodline of the 8-armed divine ape. In ancient times, the 8-armed divine ape had a complicated relationship with the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. Only they could disregard the wishes of the 9-tailed celestial fox. As long as they had sex, they could obtain the 9-tailed celestial fox's blood essence. Chen Yuan and the others revealed a trace of surprise. Their cultivation was higher than Ma Minrong's, but the strongest among them only had an 8th grade divine soul. It was 1 grade lower than Ma Minrong. 8-armed divine ape. Hee, it's just as Miss Su thought. You want to be with her, and you harbor evil intentions. Ningqi chuckled. A mere 250 meters tall divine soul was no different from an ant in front of his titan divine soul. Go to hell. A sinister smile appeared on Ma Minrong's face. The 8-armed divine ape immediately stomped on Ningqi. Su Aori and the others moved back a few hundred meters. They looked at Ningqi with different expressions. In their eyes, Ningqi was already a corpse. What's that? Jibei suddenly gasped. He looked at the Titan Divine Soul that appeared behind Ningqi with extreme shock. The body of the Titan Divine Soul that was 3,000 meters tall stunned everyone. The Titan Divine Soul reached out and grabbed the 8-armed Divine Ape. Under Ma Minrong's disbelief, the Titan Divine Soul stuffed the 8-armed Divine Ape into its mouth and swallowed it. Ma Minrong's Divine Soul suffered great damage. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A 3,000 meters tall Divine Soul. How is this possible? Your Divine Soul is actually 1st grade. Ma Minrong clutched his chest and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Since everyone is here today, don't leave. Chapter 834. Turning black into white. A divine soul would not be swallowed in one gulp. Titan's divine soul swallowed the 8-armed divine ape. Apart from looking a little scary, it was no different from a punch. The next moment, Chen Yuan and the others also formed their divine souls. Including Su Aori, there were 5 divine souls over 150 feet tall surrounding Titan's divine soul. Wasn't Brother Ning's divine soul only 300 feet tall? It's only been a few days. How did it grow to 10,000 feet? Dongfang Haojia looked at Ningqi in a daze. At this moment, the scene of the divine soul of the Titan being surrounded not only didn't have the slightest murderous aura, but also seemed a little funny. The 8-armed divine ape, the tallest one, didn't even reach the divine soul of the Titan's knees. It felt like 5 naughty children were surrounding a strong man. Sir, there might be some misunderstanding here. There's no need to fight. Chen Yuan looked at Ningqi with fear. The others all glared at Su Aori. How the hell is this a 3-star dozun? Who has ever seen a 3-star Dozun with a divine soul over 10,000 feet tall? He's a fiend. Su Aori finally understood why Jin Longxiang had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that he had died in Ning Qi's hands. Where did Ning Beixian come from? Su Aori's face was livid. He was confused. Misunderstanding? You set up a restrictive spell and wanted to kill me here. That's a misunderstanding? So me killing you by mistake today was also a misunderstanding? Ning Qi sneered. This reminded Chen Yuan. She quickly waved her hand and removed the restrictive spell. The passers-by were shocked and retreated a few hundred feet. They looked at the 6 towering divine souls in horror. What happened? The leader of the Dajiang gang, Ba Hongdong, and the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Lu Sang, led their subordinates and flew over. Their eyes immediately focused on the Titan's divine soul. A divine soul that was thousands of feet tall was simply too shocking. At this height, one could almost touch the floating island with just a stretch of one's hand. Su Aori? Those are the saints of the Azure Tharch sacred ground. I've seen one of them before. I think his name is Ji Bei. Ba Hongdong and Lu Sang looked at each other. They did not step forward. Instead, they stood at a distance and watched. Brother Ning? A Dozong realm elder behind Ba Hongdong looked at Ning Qi with a dumbstruck expression. He was the first human cultivator that Ning Qi had met when he first came to the Ling Wu continent. Diao Han. He had just returned to Green Ox City a few days ago. He only knew that the Golden Dragon Gang had ceased to exist in name. He didn't know that Ning Qi had already returned to Green Ox City. That was why he was so shocked when he saw Ning Qi. Brother Ning, why don't we withdraw our spiritual souls and have a good talk? Using force in Azure Ox City is disrespectful to City Lord Su. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Ma Minrong's expression was very ugly. His lips moved, but he didn't dare to speak in the end. Because Ning Qi's strike just now had completely crushed his courage. He had just advanced to the Doxing class and his realm was still unstable. His spirit had suffered such a serious injury and he could vaguely sense that his realm was swaying. If he was not careful, he might fall back to the Dozun class. Ma Minrong definitely did not wish to see this scene. Therefore, he obediently shut his mouth and was prepared to let Chen Yuan negotiate this matter. Chen Yuan was after all a 7-star Doxing and was quite famous among the hundreds of chosens and saintesses. With her stepping forward, it was likely that the other party would give them some face. Disrespectful to City Lord Su? What a joke. Then what were all of you doing earlier? Ning Qi laughed coldly. A thought passed through his mind, and the Titan's spirit immediately attacked, shattering the 5 spirit. A layer of redness immediately surged on the faces of Chen Yuan and the other 4. After which, they learned their lesson and no longer condensed their spirit. So powerful! Ba Hongdong and Lu Sang exchanged glances. Both of them had recently broken through to the 1-star Doxing class and were aware of how powerful a Doxing was. However, 5 Doxings had been beaten to the point where they did not dare to use their spirits. This was really too terrifying. Among them was the first disciple of City Lord Su, Su Aori. That was a 3-star Doxing. If they knew that Chen Yuan was a 7-star Doxing, it was likely that they would not even have the courage to stand here and watch. The Titan spirit was too large. Its appearance alarmed the City Lord's mansion. A few Doxings flew out from Floating Island and stared at Ning Qi in shock. Just as Ning Qi was about to attack Su Aori and the others, Su Lingfeng appeared. Master! Su Aori revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Ning Qi frowned slightly and the Titan's spirit returned into his body. He cupped his hands together at Su Lingfeng and greeted, City Lord Su. What happened? Su Lingfeng led a few Doxings to the front of everyone. He smiled and nodded at Ning Qi. After which, he indifferently swept his gaze over Ma Minrong's group and finally asked Su Aori. Su Aori's expression was somewhat ugly. He hesitated for a moment before replying in a low voice, "Young Master Ma and the others wanted to see Ning Beixian, so I brought them here. There was a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? City Lord Su, I suspect that Su Ori brought these guys here on purpose to cause trouble for me. Just now, young Master Ma Minrong wanted to kill me. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be too much for me to kill him now. Ning Qi sneered. When Su Lingfeng heard this, he instantly understood the cause of this matter. He had also seen the Titan Divine Soul that was thousands of meters tall earlier, and he already had some doubts about Ning Qi's origins. Now, he was even more certain that Ning Qi had come from that place. Ning Qi still didn't know that in Su Lingfeng's eyes, he had already been given an inexplicable background. City Lord Su, young Master Beixian is a little extreme. My junior brother only wanted to spar with him. He didn't intend to kill him. Chen Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That's right." Ji Bei and the other chosens agreed. Shameless. Dongfang Haojie couldn't help but scold. Humph, you have no right to speak here. Ji Bei snorted. Since it's a spar, let's stop there. I wonder who won? Su Lingfeng smiled faintly. Who won? The faces of Chen Yuan and the others immediately turned ugly. Su Lingfeng already knew the result. He smiled and said, "Young Master Beixian is my honored guest and also my daughter's friend. Since you are all chosens and saintesses of the Azure Tharch sacred ground, why don't I make the decision and forget about the misunderstanding between you all?" Chen Yuan and Ji Bei exchanged glances. Just as they were about to nod, Ma Minrong gritted his teeth and said, "It can't be counted." "All right then, I'll have a fair spar with you," Ning Qi said with a smile. "Spar? Sure." Ma Minrong smiled evilly. "However, it won't be me. Ning Beixian, do you have the guts to spar with my big brother?" Ma Minrong's big brother. Chapter 835. Chapter 835. Azure Thearka's Battle Tablet, Fight with Your Elder Brother? Ning Qi looked at Ma Minrong with a faint smile. This is between you and me. Why drag your elder brother into this? Either you fight with me, or I'll give face to City Lord Su and scram. Chen Yuan and the rest had ugly expressions. As saints and saintesses, they had not been humiliated like this for many years. Even saints and saintesses who were stronger than them did not dare to humiliate them like this. Scram? Hee, don't think this matter will be over if you don't agree. Just you wait. Ma Minrong sneered. Without bidding farewell to the crowd, he tore through the sky and left. Chen Yuan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands at Su Lingfeng. City Lord Su, we'll take our leave first. Go ahead. Su Lingfeng smiled slightly. After Chen Yuan and the rest left, Su Lingfeng looked at Su Aori coldly. Go back and reflect on your mistake. Fortunately, Child Beixian is fine today. Otherwise, I'll cripple your cultivation. Master. He's just an outsider. I'm your eldest disciple. Anger flashed in Su Aori's eyes. What? You don't listen to me anymore? Su Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. Yes, master. This disciple will reflect on his mistakes in seclusion. Su Aori nodded expressionlessly and flew toward the floating island. He hated Ning Qi to the extreme. Not only did Ning Qi disrupt his plan, but he also caused him to be scolded by Su Lingfeng in front of so many people. He had lost all his face. Child Beixian, you have to be careful of Ma Yuanxing. This person is very protective. Su Lingfeng smiled at Ning Qi before leading the few Douxings behind him to break through the air and leave. Ma Yuanxing? Ning Qi smiled slightly. Ma Yuanxing was here. He would definitely let Little Six bite him. He was not afraid of him coming. He was afraid that he would not come. When Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie returned to the courtyard, the surrounding onlookers began to discuss and disperse. You know that guy? Ba Hongdong suddenly looked at Diao Han. Sect leader, he is that, Diao Han told Ba Hongdong about Ning Qi's background. When she mentioned that Shangguan Qingyun had chased Ning Qi out of the Dajiang gang, Ba Hongdong lost his composure. As for Shangguan Qingyun, who was standing not far away, his heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. How did he know that Ning Qi's cultivation was so terrifying? Diao Han also did not explain clearly. When he thought that he had offended a terrifying existence with a divine soul that was thousands of feet tall, his body unconsciously trembled. I know what happened. I'll give you a mission. Try to see if you can contact that young master again and invite him to our Dajiang gang as a guest. Ba Hongdong said kindly to Diao Han. An excited look appeared on Diao Han's face. Yes, sect leader. This subordinate will not disappoint you. You have a bright future ahead of you. Work hard. Ba Hongdong patted Diao Han's shoulder. Azure Arch sacred ground. It was unknown which Chen Yuan had told everyone about his encounter with Ning Qi in Green Ox City. From the outer sect disciples to the saints and saintesses, everyone knew that the new saint, Ma Minrong, the third grandson of sacred King Ma, had been humiliated in Green Ox City. Even Chen Yuan and the others who had gone with them had their divine souls shattered by an existence who was either a Do Zun or a Do Xing. Ma Minrong felt that everyone was pointing at him behind his back. The humiliation in his heart intensified. He did not even dare to meet Ma Yuanxing for fear of being scolded. Instead, he went to the forbidden area of the Azure Arch sacred ground, the Green Lotus Mountain Range. Many saints and saintesses wanted to watch the show. They followed behind Ma Minrong, whispering and laughing from time to time. Ma Minrong's expression was extremely ugly. He stood outside the Green Lotus Mountain Range and waited for about half a day. Finally, a young man appeared from the thick fog and walked in front of Ma Minrong. When Chen Yuan and the other saints and saintesses saw this figure, their breathing unconsciously became lighter. Many of the saintesses revealed an intoxicated look in their eyes. That was Ma Shenji. He was one of the 3 strongest saints in the Azure Arch sacred ground. He was a peak Do Xing and a half-step Do Di. Not counting the 72 sacred kings, among the saints and saintesses of this generation, he was most likely to become the Azure Arch. Third brother, why are you so anxious to call me big brother? What's the matter? Ma Shenji glanced at the crowd indifferently and finally looked at Ma Minrong. Big brother, I was humiliated. Even my fiancée was snatched away. Ma Minrong said in a low voice. Fiancée? Ma Shenji frowned slightly. She is the daughter of Su Lingfeng of Green Ox City. She has the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Ma Minrong said. Ma Shenji's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He said coldly, Are you sure she has the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox? Grandfather has already checked. It's absolutely true. Ma Minrong said. Tell me what happened as it is. The bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. A look of greed flashed in Ma Shenji's eyes. He had cultivated in the Green Lotus Mountain Range for many years but had never been able to break through the final hurdle to become an emperor of Do. If he could obtain the bloodline of the 9-tailed heavenly fox, then he would definitely become an emperor of Do. When Ma Shenji learned that Ning Qi had a 10,000-foot spiritual soul, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his expression became much more serious. Big brother, you must avenge me. If you can obtain Su Qingqing, I believe that your future achievements will be far more than just an emperor of Do. Ma Minrong's last sentence finally moved Ma Shenji. He ignored Ning Qi's 10,000-foot spiritual soul and only thought of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. In the next moment, Ma Shenji waved his hand, and a stone tablet dozens of feet tall appeared out of thin air. It pierced through the air in the direction of Green Ox City. The Azure Thearka's battle tablet. Chen Yuan and the other saints and saintesses were shocked. That stone tablet was no ordinary item. Whoever received it would be bound by a contract. They had to fight the person who sent the tablet. Otherwise, they would be punished by the heavens. However, the Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet could only be used once. After using it, it would automatically shatter and disappear from the world. Unexpectedly, Ma Shenji also had a Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet. Green Ox City. A huge stone tablet pierced through the air and landed heavily in front of Ning Qi's courtyard. At the same time, a ray of green light burst out of the stone tablet and entered Ning Qi's body, who had a look of surprise on his face. Ding! The host has been bound by the Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet. This is a forced contract and cannot be avoided. Please accept the challenge, or you will be punished by the heavens. The system's voice rang out. What the hell? Ning Qi was confused. At this time, countless people were attracted by the stone tablet and rushed over to take a look. Some of them recognized the Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet and gasped. Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet? Child Beixian, I'm afraid you're in trouble. Su Lingfeng appeared in front of Ning Qi and sighed as he looked at the Azure Supreme Thearka's battle tablet. There was a line of golden words on the stone tablet. Ning Beixian, 5 days from now, the Azure Supreme Tharch Sacred Ground will fight me to the death. Ma Shenji. Chapter 836. Occult Arts. Ha ha. Horse God Ji. Ning Beixian, you will die this time. Su Aori happened to see the last scene of the stone tablet turning into dust. He saw the words Horse God. He had always been concerned about the Azure Tharch Sacred Ground. Naturally, he knew of one of the 3 strongest saints in the Azure Tharch Sacred Ground, Ma Shenji. Half-step to Do Di. He had once fought with Butieshin, the last-ranked saint king in the Azure Tharch Sacred Land, and lost by a small margin. So what if Ning Beixian had a 10,000 zhang divine soul? The difference between them was too huge. Even a divine soul couldn't make up for the difference. Horse God! The nearby experts who saw the steel all exclaimed. Even if Chen Yuan and the others couldn't recognize him, they definitely knew who Ma Shenji was. Basically, the names of the 3 great saints of the Azure Tharch Sacred Ground would appear in their favorite topics of discussion throughout the year. There were even people betting on which chosen would be the first to become a Do Di. Diao Han, who had been looking for an opportunity to contact Ning Qi, happened to see this stone steel, and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. Looking at Ning Qi's calm expression, he felt somewhat ashamed and did not dare to go up and greet him. Ning Qi looked at Su Lingfeng and asked, City Lord Su, who is Ma Shenji? Su Lingfeng's expression was a little grave. He is Ma Yuanqing's most talented grandson and one of the 3 great holy sons of the Azure Emperor Sacred Land. He is at the peak of the Doxing class. Even the few sons of Ma Yuanqing do not have a higher cultivation than him. If I were to fight Ma Shenji before I broke through to the Do Di class, I would have a 40 to 60 chance of victory. I would have 40 and he would have 60. Peak Doxing, Ning Qi had also encountered rank 9 boss demonic beasts or dragons in the monster-killing training ground. Basically, he could not even exchange 10 moves with them before he had to flee. The difference in their cultivation was too great. With the current strength of the Titan spirit, it should be equivalent to an ordinary 7-star Do Xing in the Ling Wu continent. If his spirit had advanced to the king grade, it would be a different story. A peak Do Xing could easily suppress him. If it wasn't for the Azure Emperor Battle Tablet, I might be able to mediate for you. Unfortunately, the moment the Azure Emperor Battle Tablet appeared, you will have to fight even if you don't want to. Even if you are a Do Di, you will not be able to survive the heavenly punishment. Su Lingfeng sighed. He guessed that Ning Qi came from that place. If he died like this, it would be a great loss to him. Thinking of this, Su Lingfeng smiled and said, Or, you can send a message to the sect and send someone to resolve this matter. Sect? Did Su Lingfeng misunderstand something? Ning Qi smiled and nodded. City Lord Su, I know what to do. Since I only have 5 days, I won't waste any more time. I'll set off now. Well, since you received the Azure Thearka's battle steel in Azure Ox City, I'd better accompany you. Su Lingfeng pondered for a moment and said, All right. Ning Qi nodded. Azure Bull Warship. Apart from Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojie, Little Six, and the others, Su Lingfeng, Su Aori, and Su Qingqing were also going to the Azure Tharch sacred ground. The Azure Bull Warship was very fast. It should be able to reach the Azure Tharch sacred ground in about 2 days. Many people had seen the Azure Thearka's battle tablet in Azure Ox City. They were all filled with anticipation for this battle. Those with high cultivation bases rushed to the Azure Tharch sacred ground on their own. Those with low cultivation bases also thought of ways to arrive within 5 days. If it was an ordinary competition, they might not be qualified to enter the sacred ground. However, every time the Azure Thearka's battle tablet appeared, everyone was allowed to spectate. This was already a tacit agreement in the Lingwu continent. Even the sacred grounds were no exception. Brother Ning, how confident are you in this competition? Dongfang Haojie had already learned of Ma Xinji's identity and cultivation base from Su Lingfeng. His face revealed a trace of worry. Ma Xinji was a peak Doxing. Although he could not tell what level Ning Qi's cultivation was, Dongfang Haojie knew that Ning Qi had yet to become a saint. In a competition between a Do Zun and a Doxing, could a Do Zun win? If it was not for Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojie's answer would be no. However, Dongfang Haojie could no longer understand Ning Qi's current method. Naturally, he could not make a judgment. 50%. Ning Qi thought for a moment and said, After all, he had the bloodline of a middle-grade world destroyer titan. His HP far exceeded others of the same level. No matter how strong Ma Xinji was, his HP could not exceed 10 million. Adding the extraordinary defense of the war god body, the Titan Divine Soul that had been condensed to the peak of the first grade, and the dragon-slaying saber, these were Ning Qi's trump cards. Even if that did not work, 20 enhanced dragon-slaying bullets could pose a threat to a Doxing. 50%. Dongfang Haojie heaved a sigh of relief. Arrogant. You are not even a Doxing. The difference between you and Ma Xinji is like the difference between heaven and earth. How can you say 50%? Not far away, Su Ori's face revealed a trace of disdain. Eldest senior brother, stop talking. If it was not for you, young Master Bei Xian would not have encountered such a thing. Su Qingqing said unhappily. Arrogant? Ning Qi smiled and looked at Su Iori. At least, I have 100% chance of beating you, eldest senior brother. You! Su Iori was exasperated, but he had to admit that he was indeed no match for the Divine Soul. If Ning Qi wanted to suppress him, it would only take 2 or 3 moves. There is no enemy that boss can't defeat. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Ning Jin glanced at Su Ori with disdain. Ning Zi, Fatty Ning, and Ning Bai nodded. Ning Qi could clearly feel that something had changed in them over the past few days, but he did not know what the changes were. Little Six always wanted to keep Ning Qi in suspense, saying that there was no need to tell him before he succeeded. Humph, I have no idea why your sect would accept so many demonic beasts as disciples. Su Aori snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. When Little Six and the others boarded the boat, Su Lingfeng and Su Aori had already sensed the aura of Little Z and the others. Ning Qi's explanation was that he was a disciple of the sect, his junior brother and junior sister, so Su Lingfeng didn't say much. On the other hand, Su Aori seemed to have a strong dislike for demonic beasts. Along the way, he kept mocking them. We are almost at the Azure Tharch sacred ground. I will teach you a secret art. If you really can't beat Ma Shinji, you can use it, but it will be very harmful to your body. You only need to use it once. If you use it twice, you will die. Little Six's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi was slightly delighted. You're still hiding it. Tell me quickly. We are here. Su Lingfeng stood at the bow of the boat and smiled. Chapter 837. Sacred King Feng. According to his self-introduction, this old man was one of the gatekeepers of the Azure Emperor's sacred ground. He was a one-star Doshing, just like an old man guarding the gate of a noble mansion. However, he seemed to have known Su Lingfeng for a long time. Occasionally, he would glance at Ning Qi before continuing to chat with Su Lingfeng. It was as if he had never seen Ning Qi before. Using a Doshing to guard the gate. The foundation of the Azure Emperor's sacred ground is indeed terrifying. Dongfang Haojie was secretly shocked. There were only a few hundred famous Doshings in the eastern Xianland. This was even counting the entire eastern Xianland. If one singled out a top clan, such as the Dongfang clan, there would only be 13 Doshings. If a Do-Di did not appear, they would be the strongest existence on the continent. Every single one of them had an incomparably noble status, and would not reveal themselves all year round. However, the Azure Emperor's sacred ground had used a Doshing to guard the gate. This was really shocking. City Lord Su, there are still 3 days before the competition. In these 3 days, everyone can stay here for the time being. Apart from the forbidden areas, everyone can take a stroll around my Azure Tharch Holy Land. The old man brought everyone to a courtyard in a mountain range and smiled. Thank you, Elder Wang. Su Lingfeng smiled. City Lord Su, you are too polite. Elder Wang smiled and said a few more words before he turned around and left. The arrival of Ning Qi and the others was seen by the surrounding chosen. Regardless of whether they were outer disciples, inner disciples, or true disciples, they all received the news almost immediately. Which one of them is Ning Beixian? I think that one looks like him. Someone pointed at Dongfang Haojie. Indeed. His cultivation is similar to the rumors. He is a Dozun. A few chosen nodded in agreement. As for Ning Qi, they had subconsciously ignored him. His aura was too weak as an ordinary person. Everyone had mistaken him for a servant. Brother Ning, many people are pointing at us outside. Dongfang Haojie stood at the gate and smiled. Ignore them. Ning Qi smiled, turned around and entered the courtyard. He had to carefully study the secret technique that Little Six had taught him. 3 days was enough. Right at this moment, a few figures tore through the air and landed at the entrance of the courtyard. It's Ma Handong. Why is he here? You want to stand up for Ma Minrong? Even senior sister Qinyuan was defeated by Ning Beixian. With Ma Handong's cultivation, he might not be able to do it, right? It is hard to say. Ma Handong is stronger than Qinyuan. From the fluctuations of his aura, he should be able to break through to the 8th star of the Doshing class soon. TSK, all of Sacred King Ma's descendants are ultimate geniuses. In the future, it is likely that there will be at least 3 Do-Di with the surname Ma in our Azure Emperor's sacred land. Greetings, senior brother Ma. The saints who were watching the commotion nearby all stepped forward and cupped their hands in greeting. Ma Handong nodded and stared at Dongfang Haojie. You're Ning Beixian? My third brother's injuries were caused by you? Were you the one who ruined his marriage? Ning Qi was already 2 meters tall, but Ma Handong was even taller. He was about the same height as a basketball star on Earth, and was about a head taller than Ning Qi. Dongfang Haojie innocently pouted at Ning Qi and said, Hey, he is the one you are looking for. What? He's not Ning Beixian? That guy is? Everyone was a little surprised. After all, Ning Qi's aura was like that of a mortal in their eyes. He did not have the aura of a Dozun. Ma Handong frowned and looked at Ning Qi. Your third brother? Oh Ma Minrong, I was the one who caused his injuries. As for the marriage. Ning Qi glanced at Ma Handong. What does that have to do with me? How dare you curse? Ma Handong frowned slightly. I can tell that you are not here with good intentions. Don't tell me that you are trying to be nice? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Don't think that you can be so bold just because you have Su Lingfeng backing you up. No matter what your background is, whether you are a dragon or a worm, you will have to kneel in front of the Azure Emperor's sacred land. Today, I will collect some interest on behalf of my third brother. I will leave your life for my big brother. Ma Handong sneered and reached out to grab Ning Qi. However, he had just raised his hand when Su Lingfeng appeared beside Ning Qi. With a flick of his finger, a white light shot toward Ma Handong's arm. Ma Handong's body trembled and he stumbled back a few steps. A purple bruise appeared on his arm. City Lord Su, are you really going to become enemies with the Azure Emperor's sacred land because of this brat? Ma Handong looked at Su Lingfeng fearlessly. Although Su Lingfeng was already a one-star Dodi, Ma Handong did not think much of him. Forget about his grandfather Ma Yuanxing, Ma Xing Wang. Once his elder brother Ma Shenji broke through to the Dodi class, he would be able to easily suppress Su Lingfeng. This is strange. You are a saint. How can you represent the entire Azure Emperor's sacred land? Where did you put the sacred kings and Azure Emperor? Su Lingfeng smiled faintly. Su Qingqing and Su Aori also rushed out. Su Aori's face revealed a hint of schadenfreude when he saw this scene. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, was a little worried. She sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi guiltily. Child Beixian, I have implicated you this time. It's fine. Ning Qi faintly transmitted his voice. Ma Handong's expression did not change. If a saint cannot represent the sacred land, why do you call yourself a saint? His words immediately attracted the support of the saints nearby. They all voiced their support for Ma Handong. You are indeed the son of a sacred land. Your arrogance is extraordinary. However, Su Lingfeng smiled. Child Beixian has an agreement with your big brother. Isn't it inappropriate for you to act like this today? Or are you afraid that Ma Shenji will lose to Child Beixian? Are you here to test him? Ma Handong's eyes flashed. Su Lingfeng was right. He did not come here without a reason. Ma Shenji had ordered him to do so. His purpose was to test Ning Qi. However, Ma Handong naturally would not admit it. He smiled faintly. I have no other purpose for coming here today. It's just that I can't swallow my anger. If City Lord Su has a younger brother, you will understand what I am thinking. Not only did this brat ruin my third brother's marriage, but he also injured my third brother. If I don't teach him a lesson, where will the Ma family's face go? Ma Handong is right. Do you think the saint of the Azure Emperor's sacred land is so easily humiliated? Su Lingfeng, since you have agreed to this marriage, you cannot cancel it for no reason. Otherwise, how will outsiders look at the Azure Emperor's sacred land? Unknowingly, a middle-aged man had already appeared beside Ma Handong. He coldly swept a glance at Ning Qi before looking at Su Lingfeng. The nearby saints and Ma Handong hurriedly cupped their fists. Greetings, sacred King Fang. Fang Qinyang was one of the 72 sacred kings of the Azure Emperor's sacred land. He was a 3-star emperor and was rumored to have lived for more than 20,000 years. Even the current Azure Emperor was once his junior. Chapter 838. Good under the sun, so it's sacred King Fang. I've heard a lot about you. Su Lingfeng cupped his hands with a smile. Fang Qinyang said expressionlessly, Su Lingfeng, I hope the marriage between Ma Minrong and your daughter will go ahead as planned after the match between him and Ma Shenji. Why should I? I won't marry him. Su Qingqing frowned. Junior sister, don't talk nonsense. This is sacred King Fang. Su Aori hurriedly scolded. Then he smiled fawningly at Fong Qingyang. Sacred King Fong, junior sister doesn't know any better. Please don't take offense. Fong Qingyang nodded. He wouldn't argue with Su Qingqing. He just stared at Su Lingfeng, waiting for an answer. Ma Handong smiled contentedly. So what if Su Lingfeng was an emperor? With Sacred King Fong's help, how could Su Lingfeng refuse? The saints nearby saw the Sacred King Fong's imposing manner. Even when facing Su Lingfeng, he still spoke in a commanding tone. They felt proud of him, and a proud smile appeared on their faces. Su Lingfeng frowned slightly and glanced at Ningqi. Finally, he smiled at Fong Qingyang and said, Sacred King Fong, how about this? If Ma Xinji can defeat young Master Beixian, my daughter will marry him. As for Ma Minrong, he is not worthy of my daughter given his talent. Father! Su Qingqing's face was filled with surprise. Su Aori was overjoyed. If Su Qingqing married Ma Xinji, all he had to do was please Ma Xinji, and he would definitely become a chosen. Don't worry. Even if Sir Beixian loses, I will send you to the Cold Song Sacred Land. Then, as long as you hide there, Ma Xinji won't come and take you away. Fong Qingyang isn't easy to deal with. We must feign civility today. Su Lingfeng's voice sounded in Su Qingqing's ears. Su Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Marry Ma Xinji? Well, since they are both Sacred King Ma's grandchildren, it's understandable. Ma Minrong's talent is indeed lacking compared to your daughter's. Fong Qingyang's lips curled up. He glanced at Su Qingqing and nodded at Su Lingfeng. Pausing, he looked at Ningqi. Which sect are you from? What are the names of the elders in the family? Didn't they tell you not to interfere in the matters of the Holy Land? Ningqi smiled, and then his expression turned serious. What does it have to do with you? What did you say? Fong Qingyang frowned. Su Lingfeng was slightly startled. Clearly, he did not expect Ningqi to have such an attitude. The divine sons nearby gasped. This young man was truly fearless. Not only did he treat Ma Handong oddly, but he also treated Sacred King Fong so viciously? I say, what does it have to do with you? I'm here to fight Ma Xinji. If I remember correctly, the date is 3 days from now? All of you came to me before the battle. Are you trying to put pressure on me so that Ma Xinji has a higher chance of winning? Azure Dharch, sacred ground? Haha, that's all there is to it. Ningqi smiled faintly and looked fearlessly at Fong Qingyang. How dare you? Is this how you talk to Sage King Fong? Apologize. How dare you disrespect the sacred king of my Azure Dharch sacred ground? Your crime is unforgivable. Sage King Fong, please suppress this young man. This young man is not qualified to fight Ma Xinji. Ma Handong was the first to speak up. His fellow disciples immediately voiced their support for Ningqi, condemning him by word and pen. Good, very good. Fong Qingyang looked at Ningqi and laughed in anger. In the Holy Land, which divine son did not treat him with respect? Even the 3 divine sons were no exception. Among the sacred kings, his reputation and status were also quite high. Ma Yuanxing was extremely talented, and in a mere 1,000 years, he had cultivated to become a 7-star emperor of Dou. Even those who met him had to call him martial uncle. In the end, Ningqi, a junior among juniors, an ant that Fong Qingyang looked down on, actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. If not for Su Lingfeng's presence, he would have turned Ningqi into dust with one palm strike. I'm doing very well. Thank you for your concern, Sage King Fong. Ningqi smiled faintly. Fong Qingyang laughed coldly. I hope you can still be like this in 3 days. Let's go. With that, he coldly swept his gaze over Su Lingfeng, Ningqi, and the others, then turned and left. Ma Handong made a throat-slitting gesture at Ningqi, laughed evilly, and also turned to leave. Before long, all the divine sons had left, and the scene immediately became quiet. Fang Qinyang is a narrow-minded person who likes to take advantage of his seniority. Offending him will not do you any good. Su Lingfeng sighed as he looked at Ning Qi. City Lord Su, I don't care about this person. The day of my battle with Ma Shenji is in 3 days. I'll go rest first so that I can deal with the battle. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands together. Go. Su Lingfeng nodded. So this is the effect of this secret technique. No wonder Little Six said that it was best to use it once and not more. With it, I have a 70 to 80% chance of winning against Ma Shenji. In the low-level cultivation training ground, the corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. 70 to 80% chance of winning was a lot? To Ning Qi it was not safe enough. Therefore, he spent 30,000 dragon-slaying coins to purchase 3 days of high-level cultivation training ground. 500 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. For nearly 4 years, he focused on cultivating the god of war body. Every time the god of war body advanced to a new level, Ning Qi's defense would multiply. Now that he was a true level 6 god of war body, 4 years was enough for Ning Qi to reach the true level 7 god of war body. By then, his 70 to 80% chance of winning would increase to 90%. As time passed, more and more people rushed to the Azure Arch sacred ground just to witness the battle between Ma Shenji and Ning Qi. Among them were some prodigies from the top sections. Even the Frost Song Sacred Ground and the Bodhi Sacred Ground had sent many divine sons. Where's Ning Beixian? Why don't I see him? I heard that he offended Sacred King Fang on the first day. He followed City Lord Su to the Azure Arch Sacred Ground. I'm afraid he's hiding now. How disappointing. I wanted to see if this kid really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He's only a battle Zune, but he's able to suppress 5 battle sages. 4 of them are divine sons of the Azure Arch Sacred Ground. Could this kid be an inheritance left behind by an ancient sacred ground? Otherwise, it's impossible for a lone cultivator to have such combat strength. I don't know about that. Many people were disappointed that they couldn't see Ning Qi's face. However, they knew that since the Azure Thearka's battle tablet had appeared, Ning Qi would not hide like a tortoise. When the time for the battle arrived, he had to show up. Therefore, these people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to discuss their cultivation problems and experiences while waiting for the battle to begin. In the courtyard, Su Aori sneered at Little Six. What's wrong with your senior brother? Where is he hiding? Chapter 839. Am I late? Are you talking to me? Little Six furrowed his brows. What else? Su Aori sneered. What right do you have to talk to me? Go play somewhere else. Little Six rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Su Aori was exasperated. He looked at the sky and sneered. The time was almost up. If Ning Qi didn't come out now, he would have to face the heavenly punishment. Thinking up to this point, Su Aori left the courtyard. This mountain range was filled with people. Su Aori made a rough estimation in his mind. Including the outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, and experts from all over the world, there were at least 1 million people here. The crowd was divided into groups according to their status. For example, there were more than a dozen sage kings who were chatting with Su Lingfeng in the sky. No one dared to fly higher than them. Su Aori spotted Ma Minrong and the other saints at the Azure Arch, sacred ground, and flew over with a smile. Su Aori, my big brother will be here soon. Where's Ning Beixian? Ma Minrong looked at Su Aori and asked coldly. He had misjudged Ning Qi's strength and caused him to embarrass himself in front of so many people. He was quite dissatisfied with Su Aori. Swish, swish, swish. All the saints turned to look at Su Aori. Su Aori smiled and cupped his fists at the crowd. I've already checked. He's not in the courtyard. He might have fled in fear. Fled in fear? A strange smile appeared on the faces of the saints and saintesses. They believed Su Iori's words. Not to mention Ning Qi, if they were to face Ma Shenji, they would also flee if heavenly punishment wasn't around. Unfortunately, the Azure Tharch battle tablet was out. Escape? What a fool. Hee, I've never seen heavenly punishment before. It'll be to my liking if that kid escapes. Ma Handong chuckled. Senior brother Ma is right. I also want to see what heavenly punishment looks like. Me too. The other holy sons and holy daughters all laughed in agreement. Ning Beixian escaped? Su Aori purposely didn't lower his voice. Therefore, other than the chosen and saintess, all the core disciples, inner and outer disciples, as well as the experts who came to watch the show heard it. The news spread like wildfire to millions of people. In the end, it changed from Ning Beixian is suspected to have escaped to Ning Beixian has escaped. With that, the mountain range immediately became lively. All of them had specially rushed over to watch the battle. If one of the protagonists escaped, wouldn't their trip be in vain? Many of them directly cursed Ning Qi, hoping that he would be struck by the heavenly punishment and have his soul destroyed. However, a portion of them remained calm. They glanced at the fighting emperors in the sky, who were led by Sacred King Feng and Sacred King Ma, and waited quietly. If Ning Qi had really fled, would this group of Do Di still be standing in this place? Young master, is this Ning Beixian really that Ning Beixian? Shimen Longyi, his two brothers, and Shimen Kong stood behind Shimen Lanshan at the back of the Azure Tharch Holy Land's inner sect disciples. Among them, Shimen Kong asked in a low voice. Shimen Lanshan had successfully joined the Azure Tharch sacred ground and became one of the 100,000 inner disciples. He believed that with his talent, it wouldn't take long for him to become a core disciple. In the end, he would become one of the hundreds of chosen and reach the pinnacle of his life. However, ever since he heard about Ma Shenji and Ning Qi, Shimen Lanshan had been in a bad mood. He had come to the mountain range to see if the two Ning Beixian were the same person. In the end, Ning Qi refused to come out of his house, causing his plan to fail. He could only wait anxiously with everyone else. It can't be the same person. I admit that Ning Beixian is strong, but he definitely can't be strong enough to suppress 5 Do divinities at the same time. It should be the same name. Shimen Lanshan said lightly. Phew, that's good. Shimen Kong heaved a sigh of relief. Whenever he thought of the scene where he was suppressed by Ning Qi, he would wake up from his dreams. He looked forward to the day when he could personally take revenge and return the humiliation that Ning Qi had given him. However, if Ning Qi had really grown to the point where he could suppress 5 Doshings, it was likely that his hopes would be dashed. He could forget about taking revenge in this lifetime. Naturally, Shimen Kong did not want to see such a scene. Shimen Longyi and the other two had the same thoughts as him. After hearing Shimen Lanshan's words, the 3 of them also sighed in relief. Ma Shenji is here. It's him. The 2 beside him it's Jiang Huai and Li Xuan, the other 2 of the 3 chosen. I didn't expect them to come as well. The 3 chosen are gathered here. We didn't come in vain this time. Li Xuan is really as beautiful as the rumors say. Her beauty is unparalleled. I wonder who will be able to marry her in the future. He must have accumulated 10 lifetimes worth of good karma. Everyone looked at the 3 of them with envy, adoration, and worship. Beside Ma Shenji was a young man and a woman. The young man had a frivolous smile on his face while the woman's face was cold. The 3 of them finally flew in front of Ma Yuanxing and Fang Qinyang and cupped their hands in salute. Good. Jiang Huai, your cultivation has improved again. You can become an emperor in the future. Without waiting for Ma Yuanxing to speak, Fang Qinyang took advantage of his seniority and was the leader of the sage rulers here to praise him first. You flatter me, sage ruler Fang. Jiang Huai laughed. He then glanced at the crowd below and asked with some doubt, What's wrong? That Ning Beixian still hasn't come out? How arrogant, Li Xuan said coldly. Ma Xinji smiled and looked at the sky as if he didn't care. According to the agreed time, there is still half an hour left. If he doesn't come out, we can also see what Tian Fa looks like. As he said that, he looked at Su Lingfeng with a slight smile. Su Lingfeng seemed to have sensed his provocation. He smiled and nodded, then started talking with Ma Yuanxing. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of anxiety that no one could detect. Ma Minrong looked enviously at Ma Xinji, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with the sage rulers. He wasn't the only one. All the saints were secretly envious. Other than the 3 saints in the Azure Dharch sacred ground, the other saints weren't qualified to stand together with the sage rulers. Time's up, right? Did Ning Beixian really escape? Ma Handong suddenly laughed coldly. This sentence was like the fuse that lit up the firecrackers. The entire place instantly buzzed with mockery and abuse. A mere wandering cultivator was even more arrogant than a sage ruler. If this lad wasn't afraid and fled, was he going to find a way to make it out? Oh, it looks like he doesn't dare to come out, Jiang Huai said with a faint smile. Lingfeng, you've made a mistake this time. Ma Yuanxing smiled faintly. Fang Qinyang laughed coldly. What a waste of an Azure Dharch battle tablet. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.